That I remember someone I meet 2 months back. I don't know because in the Congress in Rome 10 years ago. And so, okay. But Europeans as a bridge connect us with him.
No, certainly. I can ask him. He will come.
He is available for this.
Yeah. He has a very difficult agenda, more than I am. But tell me what I need to say. So he will come at the same time. Oh no, it's another initiative. Okay, it's another thing.
This is in our university.
Yeah.
But the other one is the competition.
Okay.
And he's the Rector.
Okay, but I can of course make contact. That's fine. No problem. So you're going to sit
Okay.
here.
Yes,
I will see
if it's fine for you.
if there is someone coming in the greetings room. I click on it.
I can come and
Or
click.
you do?
Yes, I can come and click. We don't have a pointer, I think.
No, there will be.
Adesso funziona.
Funziona? Ok. Mi puoi dare Emma? Hello, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Horizon 2020 Biculture final conference. Very glad to have you all here. We are in the location of the cloister of Santa Chiara in Napoli, which is one of the most important historic heritage sites. We will have also a visit of the place during the break, the lunch break, and we will have some session outside, so we will move a little bit during the day. So we are on streaming. The public can watch the conference online, and I'm very glad to introduce directly the two keynote speakers of this morning. Emma Taveri, CEO of the Destination Makers Organization, an organization who have worked with the Biculture during the 3 years, and Emma is a visionary member of the organization, the founder, and a person who has really worked in the field of the tourism, cultural tourism and innovation since many years. She will tell us the new trends and what is going on in the tourism sector in the latest times. So I'm very curious and happy to see the presentation. And then we have a Professor Christian Oost from ICHEC Brussels Management School and from KU Leuven. Professor Christian Oost also is a has a long-standing experience and is one of the main minds behind the Biculture project. So I'm very glad to introduce him also. And without further delay, I will give the floor first to Emma. Please. As you want. I don't remember who is first. Or to Christian. So, okay, I give the floor to Christian.
We get them. Can you hear me? Yeah, we get the mic open. Yeah, whatever. This is not very formal, but at the same time, this is such a nice and beautiful place, inspiring place to have some reflection on conservation and cultural heritage. And again, I would like to to thank, of course, for everyone for the invitation, and in particular the University of Naples, in particular Antonia, of course, for everything she did, Pasquale De Toro, and my dear friend and colleague Luigi Fusco-Girard. So just to recall, if for those who were there yesterday and saw the last episode of the story of economics and conservation, the last episode ended with the Professor Ost saying a provocative statement: conservation is not sustainable. So I guess that everyone expects what will happen next. And I just recall that because just to understand, of course, the meaning, what I'm saying is that it is not enough to conserve, to be sure, to guarantee that you get some viable and sustainable outcomes. And the question, the example that I gave is that based on my experience and of the experience of my economic colleague, it's a fact that for the last decade, basically economists or economics as a discipline was called to support conservation as, I would say, a welcome bonus, you see. Conservation is right, conservation has its own goal, but if there will be some social or economic outcomes, that would be fine. And when we take that, we realize with the example of cultural tourism that there is at least a discussion, maybe, if this comment is right, because if you expect a lot of tourism or cultural tourism as a benefit, as an outcome of conservation, you may either have too less, you see, a lack of tourism, and then a lack of financing conservation also, or you will end up with mass tourism and an excess of tourism. So especially the last years have indicated that it's difficult to focus on a single goal and to associate cultural tourism with a panacea or a way to provide an answer, you see, to any conservation project. So in the meantime, what is happening as far as I'm concerned, as I feel it, is that you get sustainability becoming mainstream, and that there is a shift in the goals, so that the cultural goals go together with different goals in order to guarantee sustainability. And this is, for example, when we take the 4-pillar paradigm that you can see here on the screen, and that was basically developed also by UNESCO during the what they call the Declaration of Hangzhou in 2013, I guess, where you get 4 different pillars, and that the goal of conservation is to integrate the 4 pillars. Cultural goals, of course, but also economic, social, and environmental outcomes. The question, can we speak about values, economic values, environmental values, is another question, but at least benefit or outcomes. And so this is where the statement can be understood, is that we have changed the paradigm in the fact that conservation can be an instrument, a tool to achieve altogether cultural goals, and in addition, a sustainable environment. And this is what I would like maybe to know a bit, to clarify and to elaborate on that. Just had an additional slide here because I had a discussion and a remark and a very pertinent, relevant remark by Andrea Monaco, who is here in the room, and who recalled me that actually, if you take the SDGs, so the United Nations Development Goals, as you all know, we have Sustainable Development Goal number 11, where there is a question and there is the issue of making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. That was the way by the United Nations to integrate cultural heritage into the Sustainable Development Goals. And when you look at the target, which is 11.4, as you can see, is strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. They didn't use the word conservation or preservation. They used the word safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage, which means that we could, you know, have a goal of that goes beyond the cultural goals, that goes beyond just conserving the fabric or conserving the building itself, but to find the reuse, to adapt it, and to provide different benefits in environmental terms, social terms, and economic terms. And we can come to the discussion after the presentation after that, because I don't know, I speak on behalf of what Andrea thought, but he could maybe comment on that later. What I would, the assumption that I would like to take is not mine, is actually an assumption made by David Crosby, or a dear colleague, economist, and the mentor for us in cultural economics. Do not hesitate to Google David Crosby. If you don't know him, you will find a lot of interesting things. He was among the first cultural economics in the world. He's Australian, no retired, but in 2002, he published an article in the that was published by the Getty Conservation Institute. And this article was cultural heritage is actually can be considered as cultural capital. And the word capital also is, okay, what does that mean? Is it financial capital that we are? Of course not. The word capital in economics refer to some resources and how to keep some resources, not to deteriorate the things by not doing anything or by not, you see, investing in these resources. We speak of social capital somehow, as Bourdieu explained. This is the result of education, of learning, and so on. We speak about human capital, as you know, the skills and the knowledge that you have in your mind. So why can't we speak about cultural capital? Meaning that the cultural and natural heritage then is, of course, an accumulation, is made of resources from the past with cultural values, as architectural values, historical values, recognition about these values, and can be expressed here today at the present time as a cultural capital, meaning that you get some values embedded into each monument or into each into the cultural heritage. And that means that in the future, these resources should be, you see, reused, reinvented, can create additional values and so on. So the definition, the complete definition made by David Crosby refers to the future of the cultural heritage. Taken as a form of cultural capital, the heritage gives rise to flows of sustainable values over time. And time means, in the case of cultural heritage, a very, very long timeline, as you know. It's not just years or decades, it's centuries, maybe millenniums about, which is very powerful then in terms of of these flows of resources. In particular, it provides economic values, but also social values, environmental values, other values, additional cultural values, new contemporary values in the form of products, services to meet human and social needs and wants. So this is a way, you see, to see how we can make conservation project with in our mind also the aim to provide some sustainability goals, to achieve sustainability goals, and so to transfer that in sustainable conservation. So what I'm just telling in the few minutes later will be to give you an economic perspective on these additional flows of sustainable values over time. What does that mean? With some examples, some categories of values that could be, you see, taken into consideration if we document today the heritage as a cultural capital and we define it as a potential, you see, as an asset, as a cultural asset able to do a lot of things for many, many stakeholders. And I would suggest, and this is a sort of summary, I'm not saying that all the cultural economists will agree with me, but this is a sort of summary of the economic literature for the last decade, that we have identified 4 types of categories of economic values or economic outcomes. And you see this is a sort of cocoon there where you get, it's essential to see that the priority and the first line, the front line is the cultural values. It's a cultural capital, meaning that it's what you have inherited from the past. And then you get this cocoon developing in different ways over short, medium, or long term, and with different kind of impacts. We get here 4 categories: non-use values, values from conservation, use values, and externalities. I give an example, a brief example of each of it, because otherwise I would stay here a day long to explain what should be explained and how we measure them and how we take that into consideration, but it fill in then a complete class of economics of conservation. Unfortunately, I will be very brief about that. Non-use values is maybe the most outstanding thing, because this is really what is really particular to cultural economics. Non-use values were developed by environmentalists in the 70s. So speaking about, you know, what's the meaning of preserving a flower or a plant or a species about the future. So economists take this expression again by saying that even if you get non-use, even if you get non-users, today, there is a potential. You need to preserve or you need to safeguard things because you could find the use later on. A plant or a flower could be in many decades over become a drug against a sickness, you see? So that's the idea of being a non-use value. Non-use values are defined and measured today very well by in economic literature. It's based on non-users' positive feelings and perceptions toward the heritage. It's measured most of the time by survey and by preferences of the demanders, of the visitors, of the non-visitors, but willing to visit the place one day in their lifetime. And this means that this deal with mostly about the symbolic values, you know, about the things that are not marketable, that are not really there in terms of cash, in terms of economic, strictly financial value. So it's more a virtual or potential thing that economists express maybe in monetary value, but it is not real today. And so we deal more to me, in terms of activities, in terms of advocacy, it is explaining that the building that you get, that the place that you get, that the marvelous site where we are today has a huge potential that goes beyond time T, the present time, and that goes beyond what we can just made of it today. Okay, so it's a sort of advocacy, you see, for cultural values and to express them in economic terms, I would say. I had a colleague at UPenn, Randy Mason, who is cultural economist and conservation economist also, who used to say, we get the same pie. Cultural people and economists get the same pie, but we just slice the pie in different ways. But it's the same reality that we express with different words. So this is the first part, these non-use values. I won't take that too much in detail, unfortunately, but just keep in mind that there is one way to measure them in economics, in cultural economics, which is very well known. It's contingent valuation method. It's a way to express the preferences of people. If you Google contingent valuation method, you will find today hundreds of studies made everywhere on natural resources, cultural resources, museums, and everything about like that. I just made a picture of one of the very first, to me, contingent valuation method, which was made by the World Bank in 1998, and that was about the rehabilitation of the Fez, the Medina in Fez. And I just highlight one page. You will be able, I guess, to get the slides about easily, so you could check by yourself and read by yourself the fact that the global value of the existence of the Medina, you see, not the use, but the existence of the Medina consists of different components: direct benefits from tourists, but also passive use to foreign tourists visiting Morocco but not Fez, and general preferences for public goods, and also from people who are not visiting the place. But for them, the place is important. That is, and maybe they are ready to do something, you know, to keep, and they're willing to keep this place like it is. Number two, the values from conservation. The values from the conservation works themselves, of course, as a big, I would say, economic content also, because you create jobs, you create revenues. This is I would say also the old way to identify conservation in economic terms. The fact that it provides works, skilled works, very high quality works to craftsmen, but also it provides, of course, a long, an impact on different activities sector, about the tools, about the technology used to analyze everything, to identify weakness of a building or to document the building, and so on and so forth. Protection, management, conservation, everything of that can be seen as a value. Now you may tell me this is a cost, economically speaking, because this is an expenditures. But I can tell you also that these expenditures create some benefit for many people and for the society and the community as a whole. So it can be seen as an investment cost in the cultural capital, but it can be seen also on a regional level or a national level as a benefit impact. This is what we economists call some Keynesian economics, where, you know, the public expenditures, the public authorities make huge expenditures to build new roads and so on, and these recover the economy as a whole, because this brings a lot of money and resources in the process. It's a bit maybe difficult to understand, but I will come later with a course in macroeconomics 101 if you want as an option. So meaning that the conservation of the cultural heritage is something that it's not sustainable itself, which was the statement, because you need, of course, to be inclusive, to be stable, to have local maybe impact on sustainability as when it is possible or not, and to have a circular economy process there with the conservation works themselves. A good example, we've got many examples of that, but a nice example is the Grand Mosque in Djenné in Mali, which unfortunately these days is difficult for tourists to go and visiting them. But there is to the magnificent building a day every year where all the young generation in Djenné, recode the building. So that this is a day where at the same time you get tangible and intangible, you see, skills of the young generation preserving, safeguarding this building by recoating everything. So you see that it is a conservation process in itself, but that can be very circular, sustainable, with a lot of impact of different nature. By the way, this is a reason of concern also, because when you look at Djenné and you see that the younger generation is leaving Djenné and going because of lack of jobs or lack of perspective and going to Bamako to work, you lose basically some intangible there. And there is a risk for the monument not to be recoating again about that. So these are the issues that you see are really important, but that you can identify by taking this into consideration. Number 3, use values. This is the first, I spoke 25 minutes and I didn't express the cultural tourism so far, and beyond cultural tourism, the use values and the visit, for example, is the use, of course, of any building, any cultural heritage. The use values or the occupancy also, not just the visit, but these are the main uses that cultural heritage can provide. So this is rather common. I won't make that long, but you see that it is important that when we have a conservation project in terms of value, that it will be used, that it will be reused. It's really fundamental, not just to conserve the building for itself, but to find it, you see, integrated in the as a cultural capital should be in, you see, its environment. So managing these use values refer to a large part, again, of the economic literature when we speak about cultural tourism, about if to prevent excess tourism. Okay, pricing, quotas, booking, pre-booking or reservation about that. Okay, so the many ways to make use values sustainable. This is where cultural values, of course, cultural tourism should also be sustainable by managing it carefully. And the last categories is about all the impact of a conservation project on the surrounding. So in the non-cultural world, on non-cultural activities, this is what economists call externalities, because it's external to the market. Market is for visitors to come to a monument, but they get an impact on the restaurant, on the cafe, on the bookshop, on the transportation, on everything non-cultural, but being out of the market. The fact that it's on the market, it's difficult to measure and to take that into consideration to cover the investment cost of conservation. But it should, because you see, if the monument disappears, the restaurant disappears at the same time. So there is a connection there. And again, economists have some answers today to measure this kind of thing. We call that multiplier macroeconomic multiplier. So if you have an initial expenditure of visitors at one place, you will have impact, you see, of expenses and income around locally or on a greater consideration. And I would just suggest one thing about these externalities, it's to look to a recommendation by UNESCO, the Historic Urban Landscape recommendation. This is a 2011 UNESCO recommendation that is not really well known, but which is very interesting because it's a comprehensive vision of an urban place, you see. The fact that that was developed by Francesco Bandarin, so the former UNESCO leader of conservation, but also Ron Van Oors, the late Ron Van Oors. And this is very, very interesting because in a really nutshell, it's to take the different layers, you know, of reality and to include in the documentation of the urban place, not just all the cultural heritage, but also the contemporary thing, the activities, the current activities, the social or economic densification, and it's to take a really holistic vision of the place, which goes along with the externalities to better understand what is around the heritage, to understand the heritage, and to see that values are they're connected. In the CLIC project, is still available. We did some different maps there about that. To refer here in the city of Salerno, we had some surprise also. You remember that, Antonia, because we made some perception mapping, meaning working with the local people and the local community, and we asked them, what do you like in your city, what you dislike? And you see that on the left, on the right hand side, you see that they put stickers with a bomb on a building made by Ricardo Bofill. And to the surprise of the municipality, the people dislike really that because that was something that didn't, you know, it was not their identity. I tell that in some brief if you want. Some more. Okay, 4 categories. If I summarize these two, come to my conclusions, by taking this, what I call this cocoon, cultural capital, providing a lot of things, you see that, number one, you get many values of outcomes. You may identify the way you want, and I can help you, but there is not just one model there, but you get different sort of values and outcomes in space and in time also. And what's important also, this is of course a perspective more in economic terms, but you could do the same in environmental terms with environmental indicators, in social terms with social indicators, and this and that. So you create, you see something, you get something there really, and you can document that. Number 2, you refer to different activities. Doing that, you are multidisciplinary, you see, because non-use values need to advocate, okay, to move and to make people committed to the heritage, to sell the heritage also, you see. Number 2, circular conservation, as I explained. This is a completely different activities, but that should be sustainable. That should bring, in order to bring some outcomes. Adaptive reuse. And finally, urban planning, I would say, a management plan of the urban integrated conservation and historic urban landscape approach. And you see that you refer to different disciplines, different level of consideration, not just the Ministry of Culture, but you get everything involved in this process, which is complex, I agree, but which is the way it is if you really want to document it. Number 3, you face different stakeholders, different groups of people by doing that, because each of the categories are perceived by different sort of people, individual groups, old, young people, foreign people, local people, and so on. And you see that I just refer that as in terms of marketing, you know, to look at a market and to see the people. You get sympathizers there who get non-use values, ready to help you. You get contributors or producers, people who work on the site, users, consumers, demanders, I would say, in economic terms, and beneficiaries. They will get, yeah, I benefit from the fact, so I'm part of the game. Everyone has a stake and a different stake, which is interesting because you communicate with different channels to these different people. And this is, I would say, basic marketing technique, but this is going to help you if you make a web, if you make an internet platform, you don't communicate the same way to these different people. So this is important in terms of conservation. Number 4, you get many financial models. So you see, this is just a consequence of what I did. I didn't start to speak about finance and about money. Economics don't speak about money. They speak about resources and allocation of resources. And then financial people could speak about something else. But you get here sources of different ways to finance the projects. Non-use values, sympathizers will be ready to help you, to come on the site on Sunday or during a vacation and to help you, you know, or to provide some money. I'm ready, and I do that for Doctors Without Borders. Even if I don't have a benefit directly from them, I pay for them. You see, the Red Cross. Well, also, you can pay for Palmyra, the rebuilding of Palmyra. So crowdfunding today is a way, of course, to mobilize this kind of things. And this is probably undervalued today in the possibility to, you have a lot of more and more conservation or cultural heritage crowdfunding platform that exists and that finance, you know, by a single, how do you say that, small water drop makes big results. Of course, circular conservation, this is the investment cost that should be covered by different sources, but investment cost can provide also some impact, fiscal impact, for example, for the public authorities, which is a revenue that should come back to conservation. Private revenues are the main revenues that we speak sometimes, but there are not enough to finance conservation in many, on all the countries, basically, that I know. This is visitors, admission fees, you know, rents for using this place. Although it is important, but it's not enough. But it's another way to finance. And lastly, but not least, you get all the externalities that your conservation work provide in the economy, provides a lot of benefit for the economy as a whole, in fiscal terms, if paying taxes, that justifies some subsidies. So this is the place where public funding is important. And you realize that public funding is my last source of finance here, just the 4th one. It's not the main or the first one. People believe that, okay, the state must pay for the heritage, and that's number 1. No, it's number 4. And in a world where you will have a lack of public funding for culture, as economist, I can tell you, this is not, there will be less and less money for culture in the coming days. It's important to say, we need public funding, but you need to justify public funding. You don't justify enough with cultural values, unfortunately. Yeah? I would like to, but it's not enough. So you need to show all the outcomes, you know, and the fiscal benefits and the this and that, and the labor impact on labor and this and that. So you see that this model gave you indication of different. This is done. This is, I just finished because we We mentioned yesterday in the last episode about business model, and this Christer who mentioned that. Just to show you in a word what is a business model. This is the business model we used in CLIC, in the CLIC project. This is called the flourishing business canvas. A business model is what is, you don't need to put figures in it. It's just a plan that you make. What you want to do. Is it, viable? It is feasible. It is the first thing that an entrepreneur made. He fill in some boxes. After that, he make a business plan with some figures about that. But so you get here some business plans that are made for sustainable projects. You see, you get environment, society, economy. It's not just the profit of the project holder or the entrepreneur. And you get there different boxes to fill in. To simplify, you get 4 main questions in any business model like that. The question of what? About the value. If you don't get value firsthand, okay, you lose everything. Remember, the cocoon start with cultural values. If you don't have cultural values, okay, forget it. And then I'll leave everything and I guess I do something else. You get values, but not just cultural values. All the values considered and all the additional values considered. Number 2, how to do that? How is it feasible to make this conservation project? And we address some of these issues. Multidisciplinarity, circular economy, financial resources. You indicate, everything that you need to do this project. Number 3, for whom? Who are the people you work with and you work for? You see, who are important for your project and for whom your project is important. So these are the stakeholders, participatory approach, communication channels, and so on. This is about people. And then you get the why. Why is Europe? What is the goal of it? And the goal here, you say, can be a cultural goals, but not just a unique cultural goals. So what I suggest is to take this SDGs, so to have a larger perspective in terms of goals, but to identify some of the SDG that rely to you to work. And by the way, this is the way to get European funding and to get funding somewhere. It's to show that your project is not just cultural, but provides some sustainable goals. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cristiano, for this important overview on economics of conservation. So we have also introduced the circular business model that we'll continue discussing later with the other session led by ICHEC, by Ruba, with the many innovators who have worked to make it operational, the business model canvas that Christian was explaining now. And we have several startups, several teams of innovators who have worked using those instruments, those tools that were just presented. So we will see then the projects developed. And now I give the floor to Emma Taveri for her speech from Destination Makers. I think we are quite ready for the technical things. Okay. Okay, and of course we will have then a discussion, and I also invite the people watching in the Zoom online to write in the chat any question, any comment. We will share the materials also on the website of the project, so you will find all the information that you have today also in the website after the conference. So I think we are ready. So Emma, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. It's very interesting to present after this very inspiring, useful, and interesting presentation. I will proceed with showing how to implement destination strategies and destination paths that can think about travel as a way of changing and promoting messages that are not only travel marketing and destination marketing. And so I noted some very interesting things that you said in your presentation, because I will connect with showing and presenting some projects that we developed, starting from analyzing what's been changing recently in the tourism field. During the pandemics, we saw that the travel world changed, the destination changed. It was a very difficult moment for many. At the same time, there were emerging destinations and communities that started to collaborate and think about new ways of promoting tourism, promoting destinations, and create values around destinations and not only tourism offers, but experiences that could transmit and share something different, a way of collaborating for changing places. So when we work, we usually analyze what's going on in the travel trends, in the most recent travel trends. And what we are seeing right now is an increase of interest by travelers to book sustainable choices, book sustainable destinations and services. And this is also represented by the increase of operators that are starting to offer more solutions that go in this direction. So we are seeing that travelers are not only interested to visit a destination, but also to choose solutions that contribute to tourism for good. So to a better way of traveling, a better way of being a change in the destination they visit. So sustainability for sure, the rise of smart working and the possibility to travel and work. This is a data about how many people are traveling and working in this way. So more than 35 million people around the world are changing the place where they stay and are booking solutions where they can work and stay in the same destination. And also UNWTO is starting to release data about visa, about countries, about destinations that are working on incoming and services for these people. So we saw and we are still seeing an epochal change in the travel field, but also an interesting way about how tourists are looking for something different. This is a slide of a recent booking.com report that is showing that there is something called regenerative travel. So people going to destinations and looking for voluntourism, for experiences that change their lives. So they are looking for something meaningful, not only to visit a destination. And it's something that goes beyond mass tourism. We are seeing many destinations that have a problem about mass tourism. On the other side, we are seeing destinations, also rising destinations, places that are not famous, that are starting to become attractive because they develop new kind of products for regenerative tourism, for something different. We saw that we had to reinvent ourselves during the pandemic, and so destinations worked on reinventing themselves, developing projects and offers that are welcoming people in a different way compared to the past. And also destinations, for example, this is the Vienna, the Wien destination strategy, are thinking about tourism strategies that also speak to the local community. So a destination that is not only a tourism destination, but a place that is also a DMO, a tourism authority, that is also thinking about the local community and looking that tourism is not just welcoming people, but also contributing for local good projects. And so this is the wonderful Copenhagen strategy, and also communicating to local community and to local operators is something that is going to, is increasing in destination strategies that are not only marketing the destination to visitors, but are creating services that can be shared with the local community, and then that can create something called visitor economy. And you were talking about the flourishing community before. This is a very interesting strategy developed by Visit Flanders. It was one of the first destinations working on the concept of flourishing community and creating a strategy that was leveraging and working on tourism that was mixing the visitor experience, the resident experience, the entrepreneurs, and creating a place that is welcoming for all, not only for the tourists, but also for marginal areas and for people that usually are not involved in the tourism process. So this is a cultural welfare, destination welfare process that is very interesting to see in many more destination strategies in the recent period compared to the past that are mixing these two components, a tourism that is good for visitors and is good for the local community. And this is all connected with what we are seeing with the new European Bauhaus, for example, strategies that is showing us that we need to work on places that are inclusive together, participatory processes in the destination strategy creation process, beautiful places, so design, sustainability, places that are chosen by the visitor for a certain period, but also for smart working and local new residents. So places that can compete with other places in the world because they focus on sustainability and on something that is attracting people, not mass tourism, but people looking for something meaningful in their lives. And this is also connected, obviously, with strategies that develop the SDGs in everything they do in the destination strategy and process to implement the destination strategy. What I like to think about, this is a recent article on New York Times that created a list of 52 places, not the best places to visit, as usually we see on the media, but they developed a list of 52 places for a changed world in which the visitor can be the difference. The visitor can contribute to local change and social change. So you can see also that the media is going to work on a shift on communication. It's not going to the best places in the world, the most beautiful places in the world. Also, New York Times, a very important media, is showing us places that are changing, places that are improving the quality of life for visitors and for the local community. And for this, they become a list of places to visit. So it's something that is changing in the tourism communication as well. I will show you 3 projects. I hope to stay in my minutes. 3 projects in which we tried to use destination marketing to promote messages that go beyond tourism. So with these projects, we started to think about travel as a way of change and marketing as a way of communicate something that is more meaningful than just come to visit our destination. And this happened the first time in the Dolomites after the Vaia storm that destroyed the territory, the landscape. And so with the local community, and by analyzing what was going on in 2019, so the look for nature immersion, regenerative travel, transformation travel. So we analyzed what was going on in the world. And with the local community, we had the objective, the goal to relaunch a territory that was destroyed by a storm. So we developed a project called Recharging Nature, which was a way of doing sustainable tourism by contributing to the local community to start again after this very difficult period, and so to involve the tourist in this process to create social change, empowerment, and contribute to something meaningful for the tourist, and also very important in that moment for the local community. So with Recharging Nature, we worked a lot with the local community. So it was a participatory process that involved the local community in this empowerment process to create a package of 5 days, 4 nights in a refuge in the Dolomites with no connection, no electricity, a very immersive in nature experience with a psychologist that could monitor the benefit from staying away from stress from the big cities and living a very immersive experience in the heart of the Dolomites by helping the local community to start again. So we launched an international call. This is the website that I am showing to you. And we were looking for 10 pioneers that would come in the Dolomites and help the local community to start a new chapter of their tourism. What happened was that the news became viral. So we received 19,000 applications from all over the world. But the interesting thing and the why I'm showing you this project is that people in the video that they were sending, they were very interested, not in the Dolomites or in the place, but in the possibility to help. So this was a very interesting result of this project, because we were seeing that people in the look for travel experiences were looking for meaningful experiences and for the possibility to help a local community. Obviously, this was a project that was that had the aim to promote a territory, but promote a territory with a meaningful message. Come and help this local community. I have a video, but I don't think I have enough time to show everything. The 10 pioneers that came became a group that lived 5 days 4 nights experience with yoga, mindfulness, and well-being experiences. And this was the result of our analysis, looking that tourists were looking for immersive experiences in nature and things that they were doing at home in big cities, like yoga, mindfulness, and these kind of things, but in nature. So this experience was without smartphone. We were targeting people in big cities. So our news was launched in targeting big cities. And these people came here. They stayed for 5 days 4 nights, did voluntourism experiences. So they really helped the local community with voluntourism. And when they went back home, their life changed. So they were then invited in local media in Brazil and in other places. And they promoted the territory, the Dolomites territory, but also the life-changing experience that they had in this territory. And this is one of the experience that I'm going to show you today. The second one has a slightly different name. The first one was Recharge in Nature. So our project was looking for people to come, recharge in nature, and help the local community. The second one was developed this summer, and it's called Recharge Nature, because what we were seeing, and we are seeing more and more in this recent period, is that climate change is changing, obviously, our planet, our destinations, and we still don't have found a way to communicate to all the people that are not interested in sustainability about how, with small actions, they can contribute to improve the care for the environment. So with this project, we wanted to promote, obviously, a destination, but also to communicate that every one of us, with a small action, can be part of the change. Because when we think about sustainability, we think about big projects and big infrastructure, but we wanted with this project to communicate to tourists that they can, while traveling, change the world, but with very, very small actions. And to do this, we thought about a message that was provocative and that could arrive to all these people that usually are not interested in sustainability. So we were thinking about provocatory message to launch this campaign. Our objective was to promote the heart of the Dolomites by showing that the heart of the Dolomites is very careful about the environment. And so we created a campaign that was looking to address people that are not interested in sustainability. So we were looking for the worst tourists in the world. This project became viral on the media. We were looking for one person, very not at all interested in sustainability, but obviously behind our message, there were a lot of articles, a lot of information about how we, with small action, can change the world. So our objective with this news was to arrive on the media, but when you clicked on the link, you can read everything that we can do. So the message was launched. What happened was that it became, we launched the website. We received many candidates to live this very immersive experience that was different this time. We were promoting an experience without electricity, without water, without a bathroom, a very immersive experience to think about the value of natural resources that we are not caring about and that are very important in our destinations and in sustainable destinations. What happened was that the person that won this experience lived this experience and was showing day by day everything that she learned from meeting the local community. That was showing her the care that the local community has for the environment. But the most interesting thing that happened was that
Molto bene.
Sì, insomma, abbastanza, un po'.
That the main Italian national TV took our project and it transformed it into a reality show that went on TV in four moments, and that reached millions of people that could see the destination, but also the importance of sustainable tourism and of this experience that this Giulia was living in the Dolomites, by showing to the people that with small actions she was changing her habitudes and improving the quality of her travel and the quality of her stay in the destination. So our objective was to reach these people, and when Rai, our main Italian TV, decided to transform this campaign into docu-reality, we had the possibility to reach all these millions of people that were the people that we could not reach with sustainable messages. And this is the a piece of the...
Allora, grazie mille Susanna Tamaro, che è stata la prima ospite di questa lunga puntata, di questa che sarà l'ultima puntata. Adesso vorrei accogliere...
In which we transformed a marketing campaign, so a normal destination marketing campaign, in a message that reached all these people through a different way. So in the project that I show you, we were trying to combine destination marketing and social impact by launching messages that promote our territory beyond tourism. And the third experience is an experience in a marginal area of southern Italy, which I love a lot because I come from there. It's Brindisi. I had the possibility to be deputy mayor for 3 years, some years ago, and I was deputy mayor for tourism. It's easier to do this, obviously, to work on tourism in destinations that have not a difficult past. In this case, it is a marginal area of southern Italy with a difficult past. It was considered one of the mafia hubs, smuggling hubs between Italy and the Balkans. So I was thinking about how to transform destination marketing in storytelling about social change in a destination that was not a travel destination, and in which tourists could come and help us to be the difference in a place that was changing. What we were analyzing, the trends I was showing you before, the travel trends, so digital nomads, sustainability, interest for cultural and creative digital immersive destinations. So we were looking about the trends, and this was in 2020, 2021. And it was the post-pandemic, the pandemic post-pandemic phase. So what was happening was that an emerging destination like Brindisi, a marginal area, maybe could become an interesting place for travelers. So we were seeing all this data or all these trends. And in 2020, we launched a test campaign. It was called Sea Working, win 10 days on a sailing boat to live and work in southern Italy, on the coast with a Wi-Fi connection and everything. So we were launching this no-profit campaign. It was just a no-profit project created during the pandemics to see if a marginal area could start again to become a destination for digital nomads. So it was a test. It became viral, so we were published on many news in Italy and abroad. And then I became deputy mayor and I started to insert this pillar in our destination marketing strategy. So obviously thinking about why Brindisi when you have a difficult past and a negative brand was not easy, but we applied what I called no, there is a book, The Blue Ocean Strategy. So we created a demand for a destination by creating a product that didn't exist. So Brindisi was not a tourism destination. It was not interesting for digital nomads. So we were experimenting with the local community, co-creating a new product and co-creating marketing strategies. We worked a lot by analyzing what was happening abroad. So for example, we had benchmarks like Marseille that work on regenerative, on regeneration, urban regeneration, becoming capital of culture, with focusing on creativity and on culture. We analyzed Eindhoven, which is one of the first destinations in Europe to have a strategy focused on digital nomads attractions. And this was very inspiring for us, the Eindhoven strategy. We were also looking at places that, like Favara in Sicily, that was one of the most mafia-affected cities in Italy, that became one of the most vibrant, independent, cultural and creative centers in Europe. So we were analyzing the benchmarks to see and to create our strategy to think about who would choose Brindisi instead of all the destinations in the world. We were addressing our strategy to cultural and creative travelers, digital nomads and temporary residents, and we were mapping the emerging desires and needs of travelers after the pandemic. After this, we started a participatory process. So everything that we did was together, applying to European calls. For example, this is a picture in which we created we did a meeting with the local community to think about what we could candidate apply for these international calls. We did many workshops. We created a local brand together, and many participatory processes. And what was what we were starting to see was that we were invited to conference, not to talk about how beautiful is Brindisi, but to talk about marketing of social change. So people started coming to Brindisi to study what was happening and also then seeing the city. I'm going fast because I have just a few minutes. Then we worked on the local offer because marketing is a promise, but then we developed new attractions like immersive peace museums into former military batteries, many events that were communicating something that was never communicated in the past, that Brindisi is a city of peace. It's a hub of one of the most important United Nations peacekeeping agencies in the world, and nobody was telling this. So we were using events, big events and marketing to share other messages, like, for example, that we are a city of peace. I'm not telling you everything that we did in all these years, but the summary is that by working on social change and communicating social change, we became one of the 21 discoveries of 21 by The Guardian. We received 35 millions of euros to improve the local heritage, to attract digital nomads and to create cultural and creative places for the local community and the visitor. We were inserted in the 35 destinations of 2023 by National Geographic with the Appian Way. We had an increase of bookings of 65% on Airbnb from 2019 to 2022, and 25% of stays from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. And we became one of the 20 destinations in the world selected by Airbnb for digital nomads. So why I showed you these three projects? Because usually when we present or when we think about creative strategies and creative projects in our country, I have to say, many say it's impossible. So it's impossible to transform a former Marlborough city into a destination. So it's impossible to be creative in small rural villages. So to young people, everybody says it's impossible, you have to go away, you have to leave Italy. But we are seeing that many destinations like Favara, like other places, like Marseille, like other places in the world are focusing on culture and creativity and on creativity in destination marketing to communicate something different. So in Italy we say abbiamo sempre fatto così. We've done the same thing always. But what I can say from this experience and what I'm seeing that many people and many destinations are doing around the world is that if you can dream it, you can do it, and you can be professional. But by analyzing the trends, by creating products that people want to book and buy, by being sustainable, by having care for the environment, by having care for the communities and people, and to transform tourism into something that is really caring about social change. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma, for this inspiring speech, which is, thank you so much. So I think it was very, very interesting, and it has given us energy for the next sessions, in which we will see the pilot heritage sites and our representatives from 6 pilot regions, how they put in practice what you were saying. So how to go from dreaming to realizing, and they have really worked a lot in these 3 years to realize the ideas and the strategies that were first identified with the communities. So I will give directly the floor to the team of ICLEI Europe to conduct this session, to Cristina Garzillo and Joele Racca. And yeah, we're running a little bit late, but we will shorten the coffee break, so we will recover. No, don't worry. So we want to give the time to the pilot representatives to share their results. It is now the time, and I'm sure that you will be surprised of how much they have done in the pilot areas, and how many nice results we have in this project. It's really difficult to synthesize, but we will try. So Cristina and Joele, the floor is yours.
Thank you. No, I think this works. Thanks. And sorry for the sound. Just a second, I open the presentation. I'm Joele Racca, and here with my colleague ICLEI, and we work in a close contact with the pilots, like most of you know, to develop and then implement the action plans. And that's what I'm talking about now. I will introduce them and give it a bit of a context, and then we will have the pilot coordinator to present the state of the arts and the results. I want to talk about the co-creation part at the beginning, and then the implementation phase, and then the after project sustainability of the action plan. So how it's gonna continue after this session, after the end of the project. And then I will just touch upon briefly on 2 initiatives that we use to spread the results and to disseminate the results. And it's the Breakfast of Sustainability and the guidebook Beyond Tourism that you received yesterday in the bag. And I will explain what they are about. For the co-creation of action plans, I want to stress 3 main points. First is the human-centered design methodological framework. Then I want to talk about the innovation-driven community of practice that was created in each of the pilot sites. that are called Heritage Innovation Networks. And then going a little bit in the concept ideation of this innovative solution. We aim to shift the cultural tourism towards a circular cultural tourism, so implementing a circular model. For the first part, the framework, it's human-centered design methodological framework. I will be brief because we also see this framework in 4 phases yesterday. I just wanna point how the 4 phases overlap with 3 stages at the bottom: problem exploration, problem definition, and problem solving, which are also the topics of 3 local workshops that happen in the pilot site. 3 for each pilot, so 18 in all. And this framework, we say that it's was human-centered. So who are the human behind it? That's the community of practice. So the sum of all the heritage innovation networks that were created following the quadruple helix idea. So this idea of having 4 areas of cooperation: the academia, the civil society and community, the private sector. Here it's mainly the business tourism industry, and then the public sector, and to have them linking and connecting at different levels. So from the micro, the very local one, to the macro, that it's, in this case, regional or national. And we had regular meeting, online meetings called meetups, with the purpose to really connect and exchange and peer learning. And we really found that the added value here was how people can inspire each other, and they could access information that other pilots or other members were putting in place. So yeah, and they came both from the community of practice, so the pilots, and from the broader community of interest. Here is a picture of the stakeholder analysis to find this you see the 4 categories for the quadruple helix. And here just a picture of the meetups, because they were this online meeting, because they were all along the project. And we see that people also change sometimes during the years, but the meetup was there to provide this place for communication and for really to have a dialogue. For the implementation phase, so the actual creation of this action and sub-actions that are the building blocks of the action plans, we worked in the 3 local workshops. So as I said before, problem exploration, definition, and problem solution. And the results were, it was quite interesting to see how different the action plans were from one to another, because they were created by the heritage innovative networks, so the local stakeholders. And so they reflected, we hope they reflected the local color, like the local characteristics. And in fact, they are based on a diagnosis of potentials, needs, and challenges locally. And this is reflected then in the action plan. And then on the mission, so the path decided towards circular cultural tourism that was decided by the local stakeholders. And it's framed a bit different from pilot to pilot, what circular cultural tourism means. I was also part of the project to understand what we wanted to reach. And then also on the vision, so there's what we call vision, the sum of this step that we call action and some actions. There are some like little goals, steps to reach in a given framework. And that was also different. We will see some numbers in some of the next slides. Some important and influential factor that I want to stress of the action plans are in this slide. For example, on the left side, we can see what made the regions different, and so the action plan different. And that's, for example, the size of the territory, the shape or the composition, if it was cross-border region or there were several sites within the same bigger site, if there was a previous experience in co-creation and local engagement, existing strategies and plans, available infrastructure, we had them in some places and we didn't have them in others, if there was an organizational culture or regulation present there, and then the general local aspects like the demographic, the religion, languages, and political situation. On the right side, it's what is the approach that was common to all the pilots, all the action plans. So the idea was to have an innovative approach, and in this way to frame all stories in a new narrative. So it wasn't like, okay, the past is bad, but it just, we needed new branding and new narratives around it. And that's included a holistic strategy for tourism, so more comprehensive, focus on local and rural identity, opposed to the big city as the only destination. Authenticity in tourism management, we talked about authenticity yesterday. Long-term growth in the territory to keep in account the resilience and also the new generation and new businesses. Digital support offer, that's something was innovative action in itself, innovative area in itself, the digitalization. Making values for what can maybe overseen in the past, and then going beyond dichotomies of natural and cultural, natural versus cultural, because they are both heritage, and also local and European, they're actually connected and can deliver same messages and same values. And then we had a multi-layer approach to circular development, so this scale from regional to local. What circular approach is about, it's we can have like slightly different definition of it, or different aspects, I would say. And for example, in the action plans, those are the aspects that emerge the most. So circularity as like human centricity as circularity and as a tool for inclusion and diversity. Mobility can be circular, can be slow mobility. Focus on local is also circular in itself, as well as resources management and resources reduction. Those are more immediate as term of circularity. And then also a circular approach can trigger a positive feedback in reaching adaptation measures to climate change, and also in reaching the sustainable development goals and the just transition. The numbers that I said before are here. So interesting, because if we look at the actions, it doesn't seem that different because we range from 3 to 5, but then we have the sub-actions, so the specificities, and they range from 6 to 54, and that's really reflect the different composition of the stakeholder groups and the territories. So for example, the pilots with more actions, they were divided in like various sites within the same big area. And also, it also differs from how the stakeholders perceive or wanted to go into the details of the action. So if it's more detailed, and so you have more sub-actions, of course, the medium goals are more defined, but not necessarily easier to reach when they are too detailed. So yeah, it's just interesting to have all these differences. Here I have some of the emerging trends in the circular cultural tourism. The numbers at the bottom here is the number of actions taken as a whole from the whole action plans. And we see that they touch upon what we think they are innovative trends. So industrial heritage experience, nature as heritage, and so on and so forth. Worth mention that contemporary meanings of heritage was the most appreciated. During the last phase of the framework we saw at the beginning, so the deployment phase, we had also a mechanism of monitoring. In particular, the pilot coordinators were required to provide 3 different reports on the status of the arts, followed by bilateral calls. And we use this quite immediate color coding to understand which sub-actions were proceeding well or were completed, so they are in green, or which one were encountering some delay or also some major problems sometimes, and those were the action in red. And the purpose was to, like, once you know the one action is not proceeding well or stuck for some reason, you can analyze the reason and overcome it. And that's both for actions during like this process works both for the action implemented during the project, but also for the action that will be implemented later on, because the time frame of the action plans goes from 2022 to 2028, if I'm not wrong. So it's like other 3 more years and a half. Talking about after project, the last report was also triggering the conversation of after project sustainability, which we define as the ability of the project outcomes and benefit to persist and thrive after the project is officially concluded. So we want the benefit to remain there. And we think there's quite a big room for it because of, I would say, a solid base that was provided by the project as a whole, so from different work packages. And here is some of the activities that I found they were useful for enable an after project sustainability. For example, the establishment and engagement of a committed community of practice and of community of interest, the co-development of innovative solutions that were awarded in the hackathon, scouting on financing resources, and also allocating resources to action, so understanding which one were to prioritize. A capacity building program, the preparation of place branding, we just saw how important it is to tell stories of changes, and then finding synergies among different levels. Here, I also want to go, I don't want to spend too much word on it, but I try to summarize this whole after project sustainability topic, taking few quotes from the pilots. Of course, they are not comprehensive of what is done in each of the sites, but I think all the 6 together, they can give a good picture. For example, for Aragon, the action plans where the action plan was able to raise awareness on the value of the heritage there, and to give us a sense of self-recognition and pride to the local stakeholders, which is something that is there to remain. In Västra Götaland, the action plan created conditions for social cohesion, heritage regeneration, and also resource reduction. And let's go in the sustainability direction. In Basilicata, helped to build stronger partnership with regional and national programs, and also helping to secure funds to implement the action in 2026, 27, 28. In VOJVODINA, there are 3 sites there, and they are all now equipped with their own vision, objectives, and action plan. And that's important with the expertise to carry on with them. In LARNACA, there was a expansion of the definition of cultural tourism that included the human-centered approach and sustainable goal. And the action plan, which is in, say, a collection of steps, is perceived as a step among other regional initiatives and strategies to proceed, I would say, step by step towards a common goal of a circular cultural tourism, this time with this expanded concept. And finally, in Romania and Moldova, the action plan provided a unifying element to revive a territory as a tourism destination, boosting local development and strengthening the cross-border cooperation. I heard the chat was very alive among the two, from the 2 sides of the border. And that was all for the action plans. And now I'll just briefly talk about 2 initiatives to disseminate the results. One more on a, let's say, strategic vertical way, and another one more on a broader and horizontal way. The first one is the Breakfast of Sustainabilities, which, for who doesn't know, is a high-level conversation format where we had guest speaker from the European Commission and European Parliament and we brought on the table this topic, the circular cultural tourism, because we find it relevant for the strategy of integrate sustainable development in Europe. And I think that also emerged yesterday, especially in the first part of the day. You see the summary of the conclusion. They are expressed in the graphic here and there. Maybe, yeah, I will. You can see them, and then maybe on the slides. And the second initiative I want to talk about is the guidebook that we all have. There also the Spanish version at the entrance, which want to be attractive and easy to read publication with the lesson learned and the recommendation from the project, but also want to show how this theoretical framework was really applied and put in practical steps in the project, in a pilots area. A part that I like really much that include arts is the inspiring stories of changes in those sites are told by local characters and historical characters, which I will show you in a second, which accompany the tourist in this experience that is unique because it has these local colors, local flavors. Here is a recap of the recommendations from the project, divided in 4 categories. So the empowerment, how to empower teams and communities for a successful implementation of the project, how to co-create, foster dialogue and capacity building. Then the third group is about support culture towards a circular resilience. So putting together the culture and the environmental sustainability teams. And the fourth one is how to cultivate cooperation among stakeholders in the heritage environment. That's it. And here are the historical characters. Some of them are like current living people in the pilot territories. And I think with this, I've done with the speech. And yes, we will see about the pilot heritage site now. Here, sorry, Christina, last thing, the QR code is for people online. It's for have access to the guidebook. If not, you can find it on the project website. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joelle, for setting up this framework. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Cristina Garzillo, and I'm head of Built Environment, Culture and Heritage at ICLEI European Secretariat. And now I will chair this session, which is entitled Action Plans, Implementation and Lessons Learned from the Pilot Heritage Sites. And I would like to make 1 or 2 opening remarks myself before giving the floor to our distinguished colleagues and friends. First of all, we are going now to feature these 6 pilot heritage sites, and they are cultural landscapes. So we said this yesterday, we said it in the manifesto, but these cultural landscapes are becoming major tourism attractions and are fundamental aspects of our communities and our economies, contributing to well-being, identities, social cohesion, territorial attractiveness, and of course, environmental sustainability. But they are also very vulnerable. They are also very fragile. And this, their resilience needs to be perceived as a priority by the policymakers. Second point, we discussed about authenticity yesterday and traditional knowledge, and this will be reported also by the presentations that follow. Because traditional knowledge is linked to the tangible, and we will see the dry stone walls and the terraces, but also about the intangible, and we will see the reference to agro-food products. So the donkey milk has the dried tomatoes, or olives, wines, and chestnuts. So these are not important only for the territorial attractiveness, but they can play an important roles in empowering all people to understand also about climate emergency and culture-based climate action. So we see also this perspective. We talked about, and this is coming from the project, a circular cultural tourism, which defines a sustainable and regenerative cultural tourism model that aims at fostering regenerative, sustainable, and equitable regional development with the implementing this human-centered approach that we are referring to in these 2 days, but through different activities that are the enhancement of this less known and less used cultural heritage site, as well as the reduction of waste and natural resources and the recycling and reuse of materials. But all this, and this is the 4th point, is possible through multi-level governance arrangements. So these collaborative approaches are very much needed, and we can see it at the local level, but also vertically, because they are fundamental to implement the action plans that we will see in a moment, and to safeguard the cultural landscapes as such. Now, the presentations that will follow will include a mix of videos, pictures, photos, maps that are coming from the pilots themselves. And the teams were very engaged and very committed, and I would really like to thank them for their hard work and the results, and also resilience in the course of these 3.5 years. So we haven't actually worked out any order of performing. So I suggest we follow the order which is on our program. And I would like then to call on stage Antonio Nicoletti, who is General Director of the Agency for the Territorial Promotion of Basilicata. And he will talk about particularly the area of Vulture and Altobradano, and he has videos that we can show apart from the area, but also about the digital work and the video gaming that you have been doing. So, Antonio, yes. The floor is yours. Do you want to come here?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Presentation.
Yes.
I have also a presentation that helps following what I have to tell about our pilot heritage site. Okay. As you know, I come and we work in a small region in southern Italy. And when I talk about the region, I often use this map, which is from Vatican museums, but it shows very well where we are located and how the area is done. Reach of environment, of mountains, rivers, seas, and this is Vulture Altobradano area, which is our pilot heritage site. But though it is a very old area and very rich of history and very rich of environment and resources, it is a region which is really little or not known at all if you go around the world. But even in Italy, we have a very strong lack in terms of knowledge in mainstream culture, in mass culture. And we know that even our resources, if they are not known, they are not resources at all. If we talk about cultural heritage or environmental heritage in terms of tourism development. And some of the, promoting Basilicata region is something which is very challenging. We have two names, Basilicata and Lucania. So you have which brand has two names in the word? None. So we are close to Apulia region, where Emma comes from, and it is one of the leading tourism brands in Italy. And for example, Matera, which is our main tourism city, very often is with the mistake, is thought as a Apulian city. So there are knowledge deficiencies, let's put it this way, in mainstream culture that we have to fight against. And when we came to Biculture project, we thought some similarities in telling people when we went to Vulture area, doing workshops and other meetings with entrepreneurs and people at school, we were talking about circular economy, and they said, "What is circular economy? So how to promote circular economy?" We were quite trained in promoting things which are difficult to vehicle, to bring to people imagination. So we are very well aware that we need to use many languages and many media. I show this picture, which is a map of Basilicata from the 60s, from the previous tourist board. And it is a map which shows many things that we need to know also in Vulture area, but it is a language owned by those culture at that time. The challenge now is to bring to communication, transform in something that we can communicate, difficult concepts like circular economy, but useful concepts as well. So communication is a cultural action. When we tell people about Basilicata heritage, we do a cultural action. We try people to learn something that they should learn, but maybe they didn't learn at school, even at school. But when we come to communicate in marketing, we need to have an impact, and innovation helps us a lot. So we work with the business as usual, but we have to go further. We have to do something more in terms of the efficiency and the impacts that we can reach. So we have translated all these concepts also in our action plan related to Biculture project. So we have done something which is more common, let's put it that way, like a guidebook about soft mobility in Vulture Alto Bradano. This is paper. This is also a PDF. This is something that talks about horse tourism, trekking, bike tourism, and it is targeted to people who travel around and still they want paper. They want something that you can hold in your hands. But also we have arrived in the digital. We have used also digital tools like products that have been developed in the during the hackathon and the acceleration program. So in the afternoon, you will hear about Fly On Experience, which is a platform that we have online and that you can browse through Oculus with immersive views, etc. We also have done videos about slow tourism, Il Cammino Lucano, which is something also developed in during the hackathon and the acceleration project. But also we wanted to cross, as Joelle said before, to mix Biculture action plan with other programs that we are developing and implementing through years. One of the gadgets that we have produced is a poppy seed that we want to use. We use seeds because we want to bring the concept that the seed that you plant today is the flower that you will have tomorrow. And this is very important when we communicate circular economy or even just the culture concepts, things that are related to cultural heritage. Even the etymology of the word culture is a future participle, something that you will harvest tomorrow. So this is something that we will bring around when we will talk about Basilicata and Biculture project and Vulture. But also we wanted to go through other media that we are using. I said that we need many media to be more effective in our communication. We are working with the comics, we are working with video games, and video games are not things for just children. This is something that you can just throw away in your mind. In MoMA 2 years ago, there was an exhibition about video games, and the director of MoMA said that great video games embody the best of a contemporary culture, visual daring, technological innovation, and social relevance. So we want to go in video game world with all the imaginary that there is behind this word, and let true word and digital word mix through action, not just passively like browsing Facebook or social media, but bringing young people. I say young people because you go through people until 18 or 20 years old when you talk about platforms like Minecraft. We want them to engage, to do something, to learn about what our area is about. So we had another experience before with Pythagoras, who lived in Metaponto, which is in Basilicata, and we were very successful in this experience. In 2 years, we had more than 420,000 downloads. We engaging this community of people working using Minecraft. They say they are about 170 millions of people every month active on Minecraft platform. So when we go through the events, it is something unbelievable. It's something that goes from the real world to the digital world and the way back in a very effective way. So in the action plan of Biculture, we have developed 2 games, one in Roblox game and another one, which I will show you now, in Minecraft, with concepts that are related to cultural heritage from Vulture area, and we have a special guide for people playing, which is the Roman poet Horace, the poet of Carpe Diem. He is from Vulture area. He is someone who meet the traveler, and the traveler is will travel through Vulture area, learning about agriculture, wine making, which is old like Roman culture in that area. They go they use a bike to move all around Vulture. They go to Monticchio Lakes and learn what they are and how they come from the old volcano that was in that area. They enter Melfi Castle, they meet Frederick II, the emperor, and they know about Melfi constitutions that have been, that are the first law of modern era in Europe. So this is also a message which is related to the meaning of Europe and to the history of Europe. But also they learned that in Melfi constitutions, there was the first concept about gender equality in history, which is something which is very, very powerful in terms of circular economy and the concepts that we want to bring in our tourism and awareness. Also, Vulture area is something that lets you think at the stars, because we have an observatory, which is also in Minecraft, Carpe Diem, and people don't know about this observatory. Now we have bring the observatory in the digital world, and people from all over the world will learn about this. And I ask, just to conclude, Joelle, I asked for the video about Minecraft, just Minecraft, and I have just told you what I wanted to tell. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Antonio. And while they try to set up the video, I just want also to make this reference to how the pilot heritage sites have their specific connections to the European culture and identity. So this was very clear for the case of Basilicata. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Roblox. I showed you the picture of Minecraft. Roblox also have another concept about Europe, because in Vulture there are small villages that are Arbresh, are from Albania. People from Albania that migrated here 500 years ago. They settled in Basilicata and they kept their culture throughout the centuries, and they still have their dialect, which is the language of Albania of 500 years ago. Here in this game, children will learn about the Albanian hero Skanderberg and other concepts that you can just discover playing yourself in. Thank you much.
Thanks again. And now I would like then to give the floor to Eudokia Balamou from LARNACA and from Augusto District Development Agency, Operation Managers in Cyprus. She is here also with Eleni Panayotou from LAONA Foundation. And I've had the pleasure to visit LARNACA in the occasion of developing the manifesto. And it's really true that there are many hidden treasures in LARNACA, so many cultural assets and annual festivals. We were quoting yesterday, the Renaissance, the Needles. But I leave the floor to you.
So, thank you, Christina. So good morning to everyone. So let's fly now back to LARNACA, to Cyprus. So a few words about our study area. This is the area of rural LARNACA. It's a semi-mountainous and mountainous area, and it has the villages that they are up on the mountain, and they face problems of depopulation, of aging of the population, where you have very limited economic activity. Jobs are not there for the young people, and on the other hand, you have the areas that they are on the coast and close to the city of LARNACA, and there you see a different picture. But what is really important in this area is that it's an area that has a very rich cultural heritage, going back from Neolithic settlements, and a lot of things that on the cultural landscape that they could be used as a key resource for this area. So when we started to work with Bigultur and with the action plan, we said that something that is really very important for us is to work with the local stakeholders. So the participatory process was really, really very important, and to build the trust with the local people, to win their trust and be able to define, first of all, the real problems that we have in the area. So we had a lot of workshops following also the methodology of the Biculture project, but also more specific focus groups and going to the rural areas, working with the local people together. We had a lot of young people that they were really very enthusiastic to work in this process because they love really their villages and they want them to see them to be revived. As I said, a lot of the villages, even when you visited, when you came to Cyprus and we went to this mountainous village of Vatsignassis, it was just us. I mean, you couldn't even see any local there. And there is villages that you find 50 people living, 100 people living, and slowly you see the only old people. So we started to work with the action plan, and the vision for us was really to create an area that the people could live, they could work, and they could visit. And we started to build on the problems that we had in the area. One of the main problems is when we speak about cultural landscape, there was not even any kind of, let's say, strategy or action plan, or even somehow some actions on the preservation and moreover on the promotion of this cultural heritage. So it was really important to emphasize on this issue. Also, when on the issues of circular economy and circularity, I mean, we first discussed with the people what is circular economy. It was really difficult for them to define. And working with them, we realized that there is things that they do on circularity, but they don't know how to define it. So we started to work on different actions. Also, another problem that we had in the area was not any data collected on that areas, and no one that could give them something, you know, to be able to compare between years and what's happening. So one of the things that we did was to find an indicator system for them. We had from a European project that we have been working on some system of indicators for better management of a destination. So we choose some specific indicators and started to collect some data on this issue, and we make them on a traffic light system so the local people could understand if somewhere we are doing good or somewhere we're not doing good. So when they had the red traffic light, there was indication that, come on, it seems that we have a problem and we need to do something to improve ourselves. Another tool that we gave to the enterprises in the area, I mean, to the agrotourist units, to the small coffee shops, the small restaurants, to all the traditional shops that we have there, is a self-assessment tool on circularity, focusing on waste management, on energy, and also on water management. So it was a way to assess their own actions and activities in their own business, see where they are lacking. And then with our circular economy expert, who was also following all of the workshops that we did with the local stakeholders, to start build their own action plan of circularity for their area. If we go now to the let's say the theme of the digitalization and digital innovation, there was also some actions there that we did in collaboration with the LARNACA Tourist Board that already had a lot of material on the cultural heritage, tangible mostly heritage of the area. We make an interactive map for all of the villages of LARNACA, and that was an online tool that it was promoted and presented also from the LARNACA Tourist Board. So there you had all of the information of the cultural sites that you could visit, but also of the hidden cultural sites that they were not even promoted in any way into the area. And it was a very good opportunity to highlight the different experiences that you could do into the area. And another tool in digital innovation was one of our hackathon applicants, which make a web platform called Kalos Orisete, which means welcome to our area, where they collected all the different experiences that we have in the area from offered by the local small business, family business that we have. For example, you can come in the area and learn how to make a traditional spoon sweets that we have, or to how to make these traditional lace that I mentioned yesterday in Lefkara. So they collected and gathered all of these travel experiences, or these small experiences of the areas, and they make a web platform to promote it. And then I will give the floor to my colleague from LAONA Foundation to present the rest of the activities.
Hello, I am Eleni Panayotou. I represent here today the LAONA Foundation, and I will start with the Renaissance Festival. The vision for the Renaissance Festival began with a broad concept of a story which we aim to place within a rich historical narrative. So this required an in-depth study of Cyprus during the Renaissance era. Our goal was to transition from the general idea of a festival to a specific tangible product. So this journey took months of dedicated research and study. And in Cyprus, this tradition of an in-depth study of a historical research is a somewhat accurate representation is not very common. Thus, we created everything from scratch. There were no pre-existing groups with such knowledge, but the team of our communication officer, along the efforts of the local community, played an instrumental role. We asked many communities to participate, but with the help from our partners, ANETEL, we eventually reached out to Birga community, that is a rural village in the middle of Nicosia and LARNACA, and a not very much known destination. The community expressed a strong interest to host the event, and they also felt that the historical narrative was a fit for them. The old medieval churches that still stand in Birga today, such as the Royal Chapel, are witnesses of this Renaissance period in Cyprus. So when we decided to focus on Birga, we knew that our story needed to resonate with local history. This led us to choose Caterina Cornaro, the last queen of Cyprus, who resided in this area, and she likely visited Birga to pray in the Royal Chapel, making her a centerpiece fitting for this story. Community efforts were significant for the success of the event. They crafted costumes, they helped decorating the area, and create an atmosphere that transported us back to that era. We received invaluable support from Ms. Stavroula Vasiliou, the community president, group of volunteers, one of the local schools which performed traditional songs. Even the local tavernas, restaurants, collaborated by offering the same food in the same price to avoid competition. The festival was a lively affair featuring a variety of activities and performers. We had 8 Cypriot musicians and 1 from Italy. We have community tours and the local school, artists, kids activities and dance group, archery and nights. We also had a market square with 1,400 craft stalls of local artisans. Also, a team of flag bearers that was in the island came through word to mouth, leading to their involvement and creating a magnificent parade accompanying the Queen Caterina Cornaro when entering the village. We estimated that approximately 2,500 visitors attended the festival. So the enthusiasm and the interest from the community showed that there is potential to establish this festival involving not just Birga, but also the neighboring communities. After all, LAONA's vision was to organize the festival once and hand it over to the community to continue it, and it seems that this vision came true. We need to give special thanks and congratulations to Stephanie Policarpou, which is not here today, our communication officer and organizer of this first Renaissance Festival, and her team. When people who have vision, skills, and a community that comes together with passion and commitment, is a solid foundation for a success. A second task that our foundation make into action is that we visited 8 villages of LARNACA rural region, and we created printed maps documenting points of interest in each community. We decided to sketch the center of the village, as we think that this provides an easy way for visitors to navigate and understand their environment. Each map is enriched with photographs for all the landmarks, ensuring that they are easily recognizable. We also, another task that was performed was the landscape mapping of the Aghi Vabatsinas. It's one of the rural northern village of LARNACA region near the Troodos mountain. Sevina Floridou, cultural architect, and Vasilis Tringas, a cartographer, completed a territorial mapping of the area. What they saw is that the area is characterized by terraced peaks and deep river valleys. They identified various environmental elements such as water bodies, water networks, roads, and mountain peaks. And they even brought back from an 1882 map a walking trail long forgotten near the village that leads to the nearby waterfall. They even researched the old local names for major landmarks, and they found out that some names are still alive even 100 years long. And last but not least, a small mention to the LARNACA manifesto that we saw in depth yesterday. And what is important is that the policymakers, stakeholders, all gathered together to discuss on a common strategy, on a common ground to preserve our cultural heritage. And in closing, I would like to thank and extend our heartfelt gratitude to our hosts and organizers, to all our partners, stakeholders, and your support and collaboration made all these achievements possible. Thank you very much.
And saying something last, that I think our main goal is to be able to continue what we started with the project, going into the policy as well. And being able to, let's say, identify our area as a key cultural landscape area in Cyprus and make this human-centered cultural tourist for our area. So thank you. It was really a nice journey with the Beagle Tour project.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Eudokia and Eleni. And this is true. There are many committed stakeholders in LARNACA, and this is why actually they were the driver of the manifesto. And I would really encourage you to have a deep look and comment and sign the manifesto, because if we really believe in it, this is the chance for us to scale up and disseminate our thoughts that don't remain only in this community. Now, we are tremendously late. Yes.
We have a coffee break, but we will skip the formal break because we are really too late. But if you want, you can take a coffee, something to eat, and you can come back. So it's like open coffee, okay? And so that we can continue. And just for your information, there is no air conditioning. It's just cold because it's cold. So, because someone asked. But
buildings that okay, so we still need to continue, otherwise we can't finish. There is no day 3. And I would like then to invite Ulrika Lindh, Heritage Officer at VASTRA Götaland region in Sweden, for her presentation. Where is she? She's out.
Yeah.
Laura. Shall we have then 5 minutes break? Really 5? But very quickly. Okay. No, come? Adesso Laura è sola, Ulrika pure è sola, perché non viene con Igor è solo, e saranno è l'ultimo, vabbè. We wait a little bit. I think.
Yeah. Hi.
It's great, the translation in Spanish. I'll bring it now to all the Spanish colleagues that we have in ICLEI. We have many Spanish colleagues, you know? Yes.
And I like the format that's a bit bigger.
Sorry? Yeah.
So you're talking about the guide.
Yes.
Yeah, that it's a
So
bit
it's a
bigger.
bit bigger. And
Was it the decision of the printer company because they need for putting in the machines? In the registration desk, I left.
yeah, I got 2, 3 of them because we really have lots of Spanish colleagues. So that's nice that they also disseminate and they believe in the same thing. So I guess
I think that is the way to have it.
Yeah.
Real impact because
Yeah.
the webpage.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's true.
Thank you.
Let's wait another bit.
They need some sugar.
Yeah, but it's also about keeping attention up.
Yes.
I was waiting for a bit more mass, otherwise she speaks in an empty room. They're coming.
You pass the slides or is like.
I mean, I'll do like
Yeah. Okay.
se no si dispiace. Ha ragione.
Do you see them or?
More or less, I know what's happening.
Remember.
Shall we start?
Okay. So now I would like to leave the floor to Laura Gascon Herrero, Senior Project Manager at the Office of Territorial Development and New Project Affairs at the Provincial Government of Teruel in Spain. Hopefully, in the meanwhile, other colleagues will enter the room. The area is featuring really many natural parks, UNESCO sites, and you have agro-food products and lots of craft work. And you have also worked so hard in these last 3.5 years. So I leave the floor to you. And I think the room in the meanwhile is getting more and more full. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. So I have a difficult moment, so I will try to do my best. I expect that you have enough sugar in your brain after this short coffee break. The croissant, I think that was really nice. So let's go for this presentation. We have been really happy of developing the Bee Culture project because we have been working in a territory with many difficulties. We have to take into account that the province of Teruel just have 9 inhabitants per square kilometer. And we went to a part of the province where the mining production was the main industry in this area. With the cultural park, they develop a lot the importance of the landscape and also the heritage but they need some pushing, and the Big Culture project was an opportunity to be all together developing a strategy. We have like 4 lines of action, but I think that the most interesting one is what you pointed, Christina, about the local products. Indeed, I bring here the guided book, translated it into Spanish. For the Italians, I think that could be easy to follow. And our topic in the guided book was the label, the territorial label that we developed, because the territory wanted to raise awareness about the local products that they have, and they want to give to the visitors their taste. So now this activity will be continued after the project lifetime, because there is a network of producers and shops that are connected by Telegram, and they are sharing the possibility to make like a collection of products and make the journey together, not one by one. So that is really good, because it's something that we started, we triggered with Big Culture, and now we'll be walking alone. It's not completely, because it's just 1 year, 1.5 years old. So it's not really mature, but they need still some support, but they will be going farther, and that will be like something that is that came from the project. And in the heritage side, the main characteristic is the rock art. This is the main connection between the villages. And we have also other expression like this fortress from the Iberian period. And we also strengthen the learning process of how these buildings were produced. Here you have the innovators. They are still working in this printing with flowers, leaves, so it's super sustainable. Ismael will be talking later on about these workshops on dry stone process. Those are some of the impacts of the products that we have been doing. We have been trying to connect with other institutions. This one was the last event that we did in the School of Honorary, and for learning how to be a waiter or a chef. So we are working with the producers, working with the shops, and also trying to make the contact with ambassadors. So people that are a touristic guide, and they will recommend our products or will recommend in which shops you can buy it. But also we went to the School of Honorary, because we want also to go to the students that in the future will be the owner or the managers of the hotels and restaurants and so on. I don't know if I have more time, honestly.
Well, we are very late, so if you have any final messages, otherwise it's...
What we want to say is that at the beginning was difficult to create this team of stakeholders from different territories, because the cultural park is not just in one of the parts of the provinces, in 3 of them. So it was difficult, but at the end they started to be more and more comfortable in this way of working. So they invite one to the other.
Yes, I think thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to Laura, I think what is very, very interesting is exactly this connection, these synergies, these networks that you manage to build between the institutions, the producers, the shops, the guides. And I think this is a added value of the experience of Teruel, apart from the beauty of the place. So thanks a lot. And now I would like to call Ulrika Lindh, Heritage Officer at VASTRA Götaland region in Sweden. And this is an industrial heritage plus natural heritage areas with mills and textiles, and but you are developing also many important and innovative actions that go beyond the traditional season. And I leave the floor to you to explain more. Ulrika, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ulrika Lindh, as you said, and I'm going to try to synthesize lessons learned from this project, and it's been very interesting. And I've been part of it for 1.5 years, so not from the beginning. So the overall motto of the action plans has been to collaborate to strengthen Rydal and Forsvik. And it's the villages, it's not only the industrial sites. And to strengthen them as unique, sustainable and creative environments to live, visit and conduct business in. In the region's cultural strategy, it says that one of the priorities is to promote and develop spaces for culture and artistic activities. And at the sub-regional level, it is also pointed out the importance of strengthen cultural activities and to create cultural meeting places. So this lines very well in line with the strategies. We had a management structure with an overall project manager from the region and a project coordinator at each municipality. This was a good structure. The local anchoring allowed us to capture needs and ideas and making the project human-centered. However, it is also important that the driving force remains on site after the project ends. The region could contribute with an overview, partially from other site development projects, while the municipalities had the local expertise. However, all local stakeholders were unpaid, which meant that they didn't always have time to allocate. And perhaps there should have been a way to offer compensation for the time they spent on the project. Maybe we should have created a parallel project to provide funds to the civil society. We have learned that success with human-centered innovations and circular tourism requires a bottom-up perspective. The action plan must be based on the needs of the residents, associations, businesses, in short, those who are active in the area. This is incredibly important. It is also very important that thoroughly anchor the choice of location with the municipality. The project must be sanctioned by both politicians and officials, as it requires all relevant units within the municipality to work towards the same goal for the action plan to be implemented. Several points in the action plans addressed large and complex societal issues, such as improving access to public transport for both residents and tourists. However, the responsibility for public transport lies with the regional company, making it very difficult to influence. Another difficulty highlighted was meeting the need for new housing for both seasonal workers and regional year-round residents. There are no available homes, to the point where seasonal workers have had to decline jobs because they couldn't find housing. Therefore, the part of the action plan focused on developing more housing options was crucial, and work has begun, but it takes a long time due to the costly process of planning of land plots. Additionally, there needs to be a construction contractor willing to take the economic risk. However, Karlsborg municipality has run a campaign to attract more people to move to the municipality in cooperation with surrounding municipalities. And a proposed solution to the housing problem was the innovative solution Try Living initiative. This offer allows people to test living in a place they are not familiar with, through local residents renting out part of their homes that they are not currently using. And speaking of innovative solutions, we had 3 innovative solutions in response to the challenges in the action plan. And the calls for innovative solutions were important as they helped to put the destinations on the map. But perhaps the calls came too early. We had not progressed enough with the action plan at that point. The education in the circular economy they received was very good, but it may have been too fast-paced as it was a lot of new information to absorb. What has been very successful, however, is how we have been able to develop nature and cultural experiences in these unique cultural environments. Hiking trails with cultural elements have been developed. There are nature experiences such as canoeing, and we have also succeeded in really offering an expanded program of festivities, concerts, food, and cultural experiences at existing meeting places. Furthermore, developing a concept for booking functions and hospitality to be able to host larger events at a music and new circus venue has also been part of the action plan, as well as opening a self-service grocery store that is open 24/7, important in a place like Forsvik with just over 200 inhabitants. Strengthening the marketing of Rydal and Forsvik has also been part of the action plan. And in Rydal, an application for beautiful Rydal from the Swedish Board of Agriculture helped realize the idea of a local website presenting the entire village. Within the project, we also looked at managing these large and complex industrial environments, both of which have national status as listed buildings. Together with a heritage expert, an architect, we developed a property strategy by inventorying the premises and mapping their use, matching them with new tenants who not only pay rent, but also enrich the site with more cultural entrepreneurs. We have also analyzed and provided suggestions on how to reduce energy use without destroying the cultural and historical value of the buildings. The project has succeeded in anchoring the vision with the residents and those active in Rydal and Forsvik. However, we should have worked earlier to better anchor the project with politicians and municipal officials. In Forsvik, the politicians were interested, but the officials were absent. In Rydal, the officials were engaged, but the politicians were absent. And during the spring, we have tried to arrange a meeting for politicians about the value and potential of culture, but we have not yet succeeded. The last goal in the action plan was to establish a common structure for meetings where development issues and coordination are regularly discussed, both at the local level and at the municipal level. I would say that the project has truly contributed to creating a structure, a dialogue between various stakeholders at each site, and this will continue. The participants in the action plan have more clearly understood the value and potential of the sites. A sense of togetherness and a shared vision has been created at local level, and at the municipal level, the project has visualized Rydal and Forsvik as a municipal concern. Awareness has increased both among stakeholders on site and between local stakeholders and the municipality. Coordination and communication have truly improved over these 3 years. Instead of talking about each other, people now talk to each other. We have not managed this time out.
you
Okay.
manage to synthesize.
Yeah, not so much left. We have not managed to accomplish everything in the action plan, partly because some goals were large, costly, time-consuming, and involved many parties. But we see that several of the goals in the action plan are gradually being implemented. A good thing, though, is that the action plans remains and is an excellent tool for the municipalities when developing new master plans and new goals. As for new investments, we have not achieved any major feats. As step 2 after the action plan was developed, our understanding was that the funding was the most important part of the project. And that was also what we communicated to our stakeholders. Here, much more support from the project was needed, since this is an area where we do not have expertise ourselves. To be able to contribute to a discussion about where to find funding, it is my opinion that one needs to be familiar with national conditions, and we lacked that expertise in the project. But since the project started, financial guides have been hired at the regional level to facilitate the search for funds. In Sweden, we are not used to work with sponsorship of culture and with investors. And it would have been interesting to explore and develop our skills in these two fields. However, Forsvik has become a node in a new structural image for culture in the Skaraborg sub-region, just as Rydal is a node for new circus. And being included on this structural map will make it easier to seek funds and obtain regional resources. In parallel with the project's conclusion, the municipalities have also increased their competence by hiring a place developer in Mark's municipality. And in Forsvik, one of the municipality's developers has taken on a place development role for Forsvik. In summary, thanks to the action plan, this has been a very well-grounded local project, providing a sustainable social dimension. The stakeholders in Rydal and Forsvik are moving forward with the feeling that they want to go in the same direction. They are collaborating, they have become bolder, they want more, and they dare more. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ulrika, and for highlighting Rydal and Forsvik, which are very small villages with a little number in inhabitants. So this, of course, creates all the accessibility and the accommodation issues. But you managed also with this interlink between natural and cultural to overcome many of the challenges and create synergies among different stakeholders. So thanks a lot. And now I would like to call Igor Pukarevic from the Standing Conference of Towns and Municipalities in Serbia. And Igor is advisor for culture and a lawyer with Master of Arts in Cultural Policy and Project Management. And this area is very interesting, full of fortresses and a monastery and a gastronomy and also many very multicultural. So I leave the floor to you, Igor.
Thanks. No, first I'll have the presentation, and in last 5 minutes, you will see the video that is more interesting than me talking, but I will keep it less than 10 minutes.
Yes, please.
So well, thank you for the opportunity for this great project. It has really been an honor and a very interesting thing to participate here. So in brief, I will just, because there are new people not seeing this presentation. Can you just stop sliding and I could move it? So I will just briefly explain where we started, because the context of Serbian case in Vojvodina is very specific, because we had the 3 municipalities that had particular resources, and how we approached this project is very unique. So we used all the inputs, but we did it in our way. So in brief, we did it in Vojvodina, which is the northern part of Serbia, with 3 municipalities that you can see here. And Novi Sad was European cultural capital in 2022. Here you could see the present. Please, can you stop the? I didn't put the that speeding slide. Sorry. So we have 3 municipalities that have pretty much similar resources, and they are in 20 minutes or 1 hour distance from each other and Novi Sad. So the point is that when we started, we compared all the resources, and we had a very interesting usage of inputs that we have been given with the workshops. We did actually all the workshops in all 3 municipalities. So it was not, so it was 3 places at the time. Thanks. It's still going on its own. Okay. Okay. So in batch, and it is going really fast. So
maybe we can do.
Maybe
Yeah.
you can.
We had planned to have slides that were going in the background, but somehow we are not so used because we want to indicate things. It's perfect.
Okay, sorry. So geographically, our 3 municipalities are in the north of Serbia. I already told you they are 1 hour away from Belgrade and very near to Novi Sad, European capital of culture in 2022. And this is the list of all 3 municipalities that have historical, cultural, religious, and natural resources. So that is the common thing for all the 3 municipalities that are pretty much, they have the same number of inhabitants, from 9, 10, and 12,000 people. So Bač is on UNESCO Biosphere group so it is dubbed the Amazon of Europe. So it has incredible natural heritage, but also it has medieval history, and it is on UNESCO tentative list for cultural landscapes. So it has a lot of Serbian Orthodox monasteries, and now this is the Franciscan monastery that used to be headquarters for Crusaders before they went to wars in Middle Ages. But there are also rural experiences, a lot of homemade environment for rural co-living. Sremski Karlovci are a different kind of gem that we are having, with a more classic architecture, winery. This is the Chapel of Peace, the first place in history where a round table has been placed. So all the participants of Turkish peace, Karlovci peace, could access the communicating table in an equal manner. It is very famous for wines. Sremski Karlovci, they have their own specific kind of wine that used to be on Titanic, as someone said. And the 3rd municipality is Irig. What is interesting, it is very near Sremski Karlovci, that is on the Danube. So we have the Danube as a resource, as well as
patch, but it is on the mountains. So there are 18 monasteries, villages, and that is a spa also. So those kinds of resources made a huge, let's say, task for us to approach the whole innovative approach with all the communities. So actually, we in all of those communities, we had 3 different workshops. And in addition, we made 8 online meetings with a particular innovative approach for sensorial heritage and other specific aspects. So we created the action plan that had 13 actions and 3 specific objectives, 13 actions and 55 sub-actions. So actually, we made guidelines for projects to be made until 2028. So we offered that kind of multi-stakeholder program that we did with in cooperation with our local communities. And we have a driving map to 2028 through various concepts and papers. So in addition, we had a hackathon competition. It had a really big turnout. We had 8 applicants, and we had 3 solutions that we supported. And at the very end, now I can show you this video. And just to conclude with what we are actually learned during this project. As you have seen, we had a lot of resources, and how to use them and how to focus was the main issue. So we could not focus at one point in one municipality. You can keep it without the voice. This is from the presentation of hackathon solution last year, and this is a small documentary, but in this presentation you will also have the pictures of the whole resources that we are having. Our idea was to promote hackathon solutions, as we have a lot of digital nomads and IT community in Novi Sad and in Belgrade. And actually this conference gave us additional boost for funders. Funders or funding, as Ulrika said also in the last presentation, is the main problem that we are having. This project could not did not have additional funds for the implementation of action plan. So we just made an action plan without funds. But the idea was, as Professor Ost said, economically, we're not talking about money, we're talking about values and how to reallocate our resources, how to use what we have, and that is what we put in the action plan. So that is our roadmap for the future. And in order to use those kinds of that roadmap or those action plans with 55 sub-activities, we even organized a few additional trainings in 3 municipalities for local governments and their teams, how to make projects and use EU funds, because one of the objectives of the project is to foster European aspect of their communities. So it worked out as we went further on with applications for those projects. So in brief, we are very happy that we have combined it, and we talked with the community about their own identity, and we started this whole co-creation process with various aspects, with entrepreneurship, with institutions, local governments, about various topics: natural heritage, religious heritage, It was a really big success to just process this magnitude of resources that we are having and how to use it. In the end, I will just announce that we in Serbia are going to make a final conference on the 18th of June, so it's in 10 days time. You will get official invitation. You could access it online. It will be with not subtitles, but simultaneous translation. So it would be a presentation of officials of institutions in Serbia. We will have a discussion panel, and we will have presentation of our 3 hackathon teams. We supported all our 3 hackathon teams with pretty much exactly the same amount that was given in our funds. So we think that we did a good job, and we are looking forward to go further on with hackathons and with the action plans and everything. So this is we have, I don't know, 40 seconds more to enjoy. So without me, so I think that is enough. Sorry for the bad start, but I need to.
No, thanks a lot, Igor, and for outlining I mean, the work in the 3 municipalities, the sensorial heritage, all the trainings that you did, and also for the invitation to the final conference.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye.
So now I would like to invite our cross-border region. So we have Roxana Slemko, that is here from the Northeast Romania Development Agency. And we have also Alexandra Albu from NERDA. And they are also accompanied by Ion Iordaki, previous General Director of the Moldovan Investment Agency. And I will leave you the seats. This is our cross-border region of Northeast Romania and Moldova, which has, of course, shared history, languages, and traditions. And the floor is over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. We are representing the pilot area, the Northeast region of Romania, together, which is the biggest regions of Romania. The regional development agencies from there. And also the pilot area includes the Republic of Moldova. We have chosen for this project as partner route, which is very well known already, is the route Stefan the Great and Saint. This is a character, a big personality of our country and our population. It was a former king in the medieval period that ruled the country that at that time was covering parts of Romania, the current countries of today, Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. And we think that this project had a big interest for all the stakeholders that we have presented. The project was run in this pilot area by the Regional Development Agency Romania and also the Association Verde Moldova. Today we are talking also on behalf of our partners, the Association Verde Moldova. Our partner is Anatolie Resina. He couldn't be present today, but we are very honored and proud to present the results of this and the implication of this project in our pilot area. So the route has been initiated by the investment agency from the Republic of Moldova. We have a former representative of the agency here in the room. And also by the Tourism Ministry from Romania. They certified this route and they have created the brand. The route at that time in 2019, when it has been established, has included two main objectives from Romania and 9 from Moldova, and other 80 secondary objectives. Can I have a glass of water? Sorry. And we have established ourselves to research the circular economy aspects, dimensions of the route. I hope I can continue. And also to identify other objectives beside of this that includes this profile. And all of them had in common the spiritual travel experience they can offer based on the cultural and natural heritage in abandoned and depopulated areas that we want to regenerate throughout this project. And we have included 2 other natural heritage landscapes, very important for us. One is from Romania, which is the natural park Vânători Neamț, included in the Bison Land, tourism destination, ecotourism destination, well known from Romania, and also the Lower Prut Biosphere Reservation from Moldova. The main result and the main impact for us is the fact that we have created a big and strong community among and cross over these 2 countries, which is formed now of almost 200 stakeholders, operators from the private and the public sector, municipalities, tourism operators, tourism promotion and destination management organizations. We have representatives from the hotels, from the restaurants, also specialists in history, in cultural heritage and natural heritage, on patrimony, and in marketing and promotion, because the brand has been already created for the Stefan the Great. But what we have added new and innovative was the tools, that we can use in promoting and developing the route. And these are based on circular economy aspects. We have created this community throughout 3 main local workshops in which we have invited the people and consulted them and pushed them to work and to struggle for and be aware that this route can be a good opportunity for both countries to promote our destinations. And also we had a big event last year when we have presented the local action plan. Local means 2 countries in this cross pilot area. And the other results that we have impact in our community are a video for promoting the route, and also a virtual tour that is based on very ultimate technology and 3D Matterport for presenting the route. And also we have this community. We have created a platform of sharing and collaboration on WhatsApp, very active daily. We have input from our stakeholders, which is very important. They receive their financing sources, opportunities, they discuss among them and initiate new projects, which is very, very, very important. We want to thank before presenting the results, because we will present also the part of the Republic of Moldova. We want to thank the lead partner and the partners for creating this opportunity for our region, to Antonia, to Ruba, to Gosha, to our mentors, Alexandru Matei and Sofia, and to our consultant, Carmen Shakashowski, that who organized the local workshops, and not at least to Anatolie Reșina, our partner from Moldova, who created the bicultural community in Moldova, which is our mirror community in Romania. This this project was for us like a bridge between the two countries that united us, make for us this link of collaboration, and for future projects it is a very good base. Before passing through to the results, to the innovative solutions that we have developed throughout this project, I would like to invite you to our region to know us and to pass through this route. You'll see it will be very, very interesting. My colleague Alexandra will present the results. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roxana. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great pleasure to work with everyone. We are also very happy that we've made new friendships here, new connections, and we are glad that the work will continue, even though biculture is done for now, by means of other projects and other opportunities. And as my colleague Roxana said, we at the Northeast Regional Development Agency have as a main focus continually recreating the Northeast Romania as a tourist destination. And we do organize a regional tourism gala once a year, and we invite you there as speakers, as guests, and none the least, we invite you as visitors. Long story short, the main results of the biculture project in the pilot heritage site Northeast Romania and Moldova were the 10 solutions that we received from our stakeholders. We ended up supporting 4 of them, 2 solutions in the Northeast Romania part of the pilot heritage sites and 2 solutions in Moldova. As we know, the main focus of biculture, the main focus of our work here is circularity in tourism, and also bringing up to date digitally, technologically, our tourism destinations. And we were glad to find that in all of the applications, and mainly in these 4 applications which won and were supported and are being materialized as we speak. And those are Digital Nomads Platform, which is transforming Iași, one of the main cities in Romania, in a digital nomads destination. And the winner on the Romanian side would be Bison Land Heritage, a solution focused on transforming an eco-destination by means of an educational pathway in the Vânător Natural Park, which is a natural reserve where bison roam free. And the solution consists in an actual path, a physical path through the park, as well as a treasure hunt application. So digital and physical. And on the Moldovan side, we have 2 digital solutions. One is updating Stephen the Great Travel, which is the website dedicated to promoting Stephen the Great route. And the other one is called eCulture, which is a more complex platform creating custom-made travel packages related to the destinations on the route in Moldova this time. What we're about to see is one other result of the biculture product, which we proudly present, the Northeast Regional Development Agency in Romania. And that would be a short promo of Stephen the Great route in the Romanian side. Without further ado, I hope you enjoy, and please do let us know if you need a guide when you'll be visiting us. And you can also show it with sound because it's worth it.
Undeva în inima Europei. Te așteaptă un dărâm de vis. Plin de mister și peripeții fascinante. Cu legende și povești ce transcend generații. Aer suflarea prin peisaje de țară vergine. Chiar viața animalelor sălbatice poate fi admirată îndeaproape. Un loc ce te face să te îndrăgostești de tradițiile și cultura locală, într-o atmosferă liniștită și relaxantă, oferindu-ți o experiență autentică. Un loc cu vestigii ale unei epoci luminoase, de intensă trăire spirituală. Părinția îmbrățișează prezentul și nu te lasă să-ți uiți rădăcinile. Devin martor al unei perioade pline de glorie și realizări. Urmează-ți pasiunile. Descoperă și tu ruta voievodului Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt.
It is really quite clear how this route of Stefan the Great symbolizes the connection between the two countries from different points of view. Now, to pull the thread of what has been said, I would like to invite Letizia Ciaccafava. She is destination marketing specialist of Destination Makers, and she will pull the thread of what has been said in the sense of outlining the steps for the development of a brand strategy through the activities that have been undertaken with the pilot heritage sites. So thanks a lot. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Hello. I am very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to meet all of you in person for the second time. Thank you for inviting us today. I'm Letizia. I'm a destination, as Christina says, marketing specialist at Destination Makers. Since 2014, we design and implement participatory paths for destination enhancement and marketing in line with the market trends. We strongly believe in the potential of the less known destination to become innovative and attractive thanks to the right marketing and territorial strategy. We believe that it's very important to combine the new travel's needs, the new travel trends, with the happiness of the local community for the development of the territories. I see biculture not only as a European project. I see biculture as a chain, as a network of prestigious partners who have worked together over these years, driven by a forward-thinking approach to addressing the global challenges through sustainable cultural tourism. But I would like to start with a question. What is the role of an effective place branding strategy for circular destinations? What I know that it's not just a question about logos. What I know that is not just about shaping how people perceive a place. What I know that is a holistic approach. It's about connecting the unique identity and the reputation of cities, regions, and countries with goals of sustainability and global ethical values. There is a crucial link between a place's responsibility to global challenges and its historical and current context. Align place branding with the global values is essential now more than ever. For a brand strategy to be sustainable in the long term, the territory involved in this process must define the purpose, must define their distinctive values, distinctive characteristics to global well-being. This responsibility extends to destination marketing organizations, governments, and tourism agencies in the development of ethically responsible place-based branding program. And in my opinion, this is more important and strategic for less known destination. Bergen is a city located on the southwest coast of Norway. Bergen is an interesting example how the city embodies a unique mix of traditional characteristics. This is the city of hip hop and trolls. This is the city of rain and ice cream, fishermen and coder. It's a mix of cultural and multicultural elements. Its goal now for this organization is the Visit Bergen is move from gateway to the field to a place with a high quality of life. This is the vision. This is a vision. And thanks to the marketing activities, now Bergen is regularly mentioned by important international newspapers such as New York Times, BBC, Condé Nast, and others. But the external visibility is nothing without a correct process of internalizing branding and experience design. Another important goal for an effective brand strategy is to attract the conscious traveler. Traveler who is interested, yes, in visiting the destination, but also leaves a positive mark on the destination. In the case of New Zealand, for example, to make the brand tangible, New Zealand has set a goal of communication level and guidelines to align visual communication with the brand. And in the website of the destination, there is a specific section with experience in line with the vision of the territory. But about our contribution to biculture, we worked in a strategic document, and there was 6 tourist destinations involved in this project, our 6 heritage sites. And I was very happy to listen your action plans and activity done during this period. I would like to point out that this document we done, we cannot consider it as a complete brand strategy elements development. The objective of this document is to leave to the pilots guidelines, a process made with them, following a methodology and a tools for analyzing and designing an identity, thanks to a combination between desk analysis and workshop and co-design with the destination. The first step was the situation analysis. It is a mix between desk analysis and workshop done with the destination, one-to-one meeting with the representative of the pilot and the stakeholder, local stakeholder. The second phase was the structure of the pyramid of the brand. So each pilot can find in the document a proposal of a pyramid of the brand for each pilot. So we were starting to analyze the tangible elements, intangible elements, the characteristic of the territory, the strategic and competitive positioning, up to go to the DNA of the destination, just 3-4 words to describe the destination, what I call the DNA of the destination. And then we have tried to do a sort of creative exercise. So you will find a proposal about a vision, about a mission, about values and target. The last part of the document will describe the possible development of the correct visual identity in line with the vision. So all the instruments that you can develop for positioning in the right way your visual identity on the market. It's just not a question of logo, it's a question about tone of voice, choice of colors, narrative strategies, and storytelling. The second is about the online positioning. So some tools, some guidelines to build the correct storytelling, but not so, because we do not forget that the trip does not start with the travel does not start with a trip. Don't forget about the travel journey map. So we have an inspirational phase, a plan phase, a visit phase, and a post-visit phase. So we need to cover all these kind of touch points with a correct and aligned narrative strategy with our vision. And a storytelling and communication. So some guidelines that can help you to manage your social media with some advices and guidelines to develop a correct manage of this channel. And of course, some interesting benchmark, one for each pilot in line with the vision that we were working on. So I hope that this document will be useful for you. And of course, we remind at your disposal for any further information, and wish you your organization and your territory good job. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Letizia. And it would be nice to know perhaps the feedback of the pilots in a while, how much these guidelines were useful for your specific localities. Now, I would like to thank everybody, the pilots and Letizia for their contribution. And I would like to close this session and give the floor now to Ruba for the next session. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you. Okay. So we are stepping into the next session. We are quite late, but we will manage. And we have now the session dedicated to the innovations coming from the call and hackathon we had in Brussels with the ICHEC. So give us a couple of minutes to bring the seats and to organize the session. So it's the last session before lunch, then we will have the other part of the program. Grazie. Grazie mille. Okay. So we are changing a little bit the setting so that you all have your place. And yeah. Tutto bene. And I'm very happy to meet you all in Napoli. So glad that you managed to come. I will give the floor to Ruba Saleh. She's a researcher at the ICHEC Brussels Management School, and she's our powerful force behind the development of the circular business models that we have discussed this morning. And yeah, she's done a wonderful work as always. So without further delay, I give everything to Ruba, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonia. It's a pleasure to be in Naples today and to be with all of you, especially with our great innovators. It's wonderful to be just after the session of the pilots. They were the main drivers of this project. They were the ones looking and understanding the needs of their local communities, working with the innovators towards meeting these needs and challenges. And it's thanks to the pilots and to the innovators that they managed to restitute something to their territories. So it's us who need to thank you for your time, for your patience, and for your availability. Since this is a very interesting session, I know it was a very long morning, and this is the session blocking you before your wonderful lunch, I suggest that we have a very, 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 very quick energizer. So if you please all stand up. We just need some blood, more oxygen in the blood. So I will kindly ask you to look at me. We will start by inhaling. I will just indicate for how long, and exhaling. So we have some oxygen. So we're starting to inhale. 1, 2, exhale, please. 1, 2. Again, so we repeat. 1, 2, we exhale. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, and exhale, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We have some oxygen in our blood. And we are ready to start. Come? Non fa niente se non mi vedono, non sono io, sono loro le persone importanti. Okay, so just to give you a quick idea about what we are speaking about today. So we will have two parts of this session. The first part will discuss how existing practices changed either their business model or second part will speak about new ideas which were really developed and launched after this training. And if we have time, we will have a couple. So just a very quick introduction. In 2021, we launched an open call, as Antonia indicated, in 6 different languages in the 6 regions, answering specific challenges for specific heritage sites and what innovation areas where these pilots were interested in developing. So as a result, 19 projects were selected and 76 innovators participated in developing these projects because every project was composed by 4 people. What happened is that all these innovators traveled to Brussels, and during a very accelerated hackathon in 3 days, they started developing their innovative solutions, trying to making them become more desirable, feasible, and viable from an economic viewpoint. And then this was followed by an acceleration training online. And at the end of this acceleration training, we had final pitching sessions in every pilot region where they restituted their plans to their local communities. So all of this great work is thanks to the pilots and thanks to them. So we will start a discussion. They will give us a post hackathon and acceleration training reflection from their point of view. The first part of the discussion is about how some existing practices actually reshaped or tried to use new business models or new governance models after this experience. I'm very happy to welcome our first speakers in this session, Francesco Calderoni, Valentin Siban, he is online, Viorela Scheiper is online also, Victor Dageberg is here, and Christina Schreier is here. We will also invite Konstantin, who is online at the moment and who was supposed to speak in the second part of the session, but unfortunately he needs to leave. The people I called now, I will of course present. And they will be answering 4 specific questions, drawing on their experience. So these questions are: what changed in your practice? What challenges you're trying to address? What's new in terms of goods or services you are offering to the territory in your governance model? And what are the tangible and intangible impacts of your project? So maybe to look you in the eye, I will use the paper now. It's not very sustainable, Antonia, but we make do. I would like to present Francesco. Francesco holds a diploma as a technical tourism operator, a degree in graphic design, and an environmental hiking guide. He founded an organization for cultural and tourist services. Technological inclusive cultural tourism are the areas for creating new experiential routes in the territory. Among your projects, Francesco, with your team, you co-founded Fly On, the first tourist airport with drones and visors capable of contributing to offering travelers a unique experience by flying over territories and natural scenarios, showing and narrating them through new perspectives. Welcome, Francesco. I would like now to present Valentin, who is online. Valentin actually is a specialist in tourism promotion service at Invest Moldova agency. Welcome, Valentin. Our next speaker, who is online also, is Viorela. Just one second. Voila. So Viorela is the manager of Bizenland destination in northeast Romania since 2018. She returned back to her hometown to be part of the tourism development process of the area, but also in the youth field. She believes that local authenticity and nature are creating the uniqueness of the local experience, considering the nature, that nature has a lot to offer to us. We just have to pay attention and enjoy. You're absolutely right. And our next speaker will be Victor Dagerberg, who is a prominent Swedish cultural entrepreneur and filmmaker who co-founded the Skaraborg Musical and Film Academy, SMOFA, which brings professional cultural activities to rural areas, especially in Forsvik. As SMOFA's artistic director, Victor organizes live performances, theoretical productions, and concerts. He's also the founder of Berg Film AB, a creative production company specializing in authentic storytelling for commercials and branded content. Victor directed and produced the documentary Nar Skogen Taistaner, sorry for my pronunciation, When the Forest Falls Silent, showcasing the importance of untouched nature. His work focuses on enriching the local cultural scene and promoting sustainable practices in the arts. Welcome, Victor. And I would like also to present Christina. I'm sorry, it's not very readable. I tried to use the color code of every pilot, but apparently it was not a great idea, sorry. Christina is driven by ethnology. She arrived in Ridal several years ago and was inspired by all the stories about the site, the mill, the workers, and the owners. She was astonished about how clear the industrialization was shown in the physical structure of the village and well-preserved buildings. She was also impressed by the residents' eagerness to tell her their stories. She currently works as a curator at the museum since a very long time, still very passionate about the site, and her mission is to present the history in connection with contemporary time. She believes art is a powerful tool for that. Our last person in this session, actually, I would like to present Konstantin, who needs to leave. So Konstantin is from Moldova. He is a young IT professional with an engineering background that is passionate about changing the touristic industry in Republic of Moldova. With the knowledge about the state of the touristic industry and generative artificial intelligence, he decided to create an AI platform for the Stefan the Great route in Moldova and northern Romania. So, Konstantin, we will start with you, and I would like to give you the floor to tell us a little bit more about your innovative project, eCulture, which is a kind of platform able to generate an itinerary on the Stefan the Great route that is tailored to tourists' interests and suits their agenda. So this platform uses new technologies like generative artificial intelligence, and with its algorithms, it defines the best places for a person that a person could visit. It highly relies on the user's feedback in a way that it teaches itself which routes were good and where it should improve in the future. Konstantin, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hello, guys. Actually, I'll present instead of Konstantin because he already had to leave. I hope that's fine.
Sì, vai. Però così non vedo la presentazione. Ok. Ce l'ho io. Okay, Konstantin is not online anymore, so probably he had to leave. But okay.
Can you
No,
hear me?
non c'è, mi sa che non c'è, mi sa che è partito. Okay, I think Konstantin already left because he was available until 1. I'm really sorry for that. But maybe if you can check on Zoom, if he comes back, we can go back to his presentation. Okay, so maybe we come back to you, Francesco. In Italian, and I will translate to English. Francesco will tell us about Fly on Immersivo. It's project. Application of Fly on. Okay.
La parte, diciamo, delle foto 360 dei singoli siti.
So initially, their initial project was offline, but in real time. The novelty of what they are proposing now is the availability of these interesting interactive maps 24/7 all the time on the website.
Concludo, se no mi dilungo troppo. La parte più interessante all'interno di questo progetto è stato negli ultimi mesi, nella parte di realizzazione, è stata appunto quella di visitare le città, di parlare con gli operatori, parlare con i sindaci che ci hanno ospitato, quindi visitare questi piccoli borghi molto belli, ma appunto poco conosciuti. Quindi l'obiettivo di questa piattaforma online è appunto dare a queste piccole città un mezzo e una possibilità per essere conosciute all'interno, diciamo, di un circuito turistico.
Okay, and the most interesting part of our work was when we started the field work. We visited these 8 villages. We met the tourism operators. We met the mayors, and we understood what were their needs. We understood the beauty of these undiscovered places and how to position them on the map of the touristic offer.
Concludo finendo che per ogni piccola città abbiamo realizzato un tour immersivo e quindi poi delle audioguide all'interno dei siti, appunto dove l'obiettivo era quello di dare una prospettiva nuova per visitare la città e avere anche soprattutto per ogni prospettiva, che sia foto 360 o che sia un video immersivo, avere un racconto che ti dia insomma un'accoglienza e una storia generale di quelli che sono i paesi o i singoli siti.
What they tried to do for each of these 8 villages is to provide a welcoming narrative which represents the beauty of the place. So either they provided audio guides for all of them or an immersive video in addition to the 360 degrees pictures. Thank you very much, Francesco. Okay, now we move to online. Valentin, I think Valentin is online. Oh la la. We should. Okay. Do you prefer us to continue with in presence and then move to online?
Hello.
But Valentin is there. I can see him. Valentin. Valentin, can you hear us?
Hello. I present my problem.
He's speaking, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Non lo sentiamo. Okay. Okay. One suspense moment. Let's try. Okay. Okay. We can't hear you. Valentin, can you speak, please?
Hello.
No, we don't hear you. Okay, Valentin, please bear with us. Maybe we move to our next speaker here in the room while we try to figure out the technical issues. Yeah, we move to our next speaker. So maybe Victor. Hopefully. Nico.
Hello.
No.
I present my project.
Okay, yeah,
present.
we hear. Valentin.
I present video promotion.
Yes, please.
Cooperarea în domeniul turismului, semnat la București în 2018, Agenția de Investiții din Republica Moldova, parteneriat cu Ministerul Turismului din România, au dezvoltat prima rută transfrontalieră din regiune sub numele de Voievodul Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt. Acest traseu turistic include obiective istorice și culturale legate de domnia voievodului, mănăstiri, biserici, muzee, cetăți, păduri vitivinicole și peturi domnești, galerii de artă și expoziții, dar și alte locuri ce oferă experiențe unice. Unul dintre obiectivele pitorești de pe rută este rezervația cultural-naturală Orcheiul Veic, cetatea și tegul administrat de către Pârcălagul Vlaicu, unchiul lui Ștefan cel Mare, ce conține o întreagă colecție de atracții turistice, adăpostește vețe de cetăți, necropole, băi antice, chilii săpate pe malul abrupt al râului de către călugări, inclusiv o gospodărie tradițională țărănească, unde turiștii pot vedea pe viu cum arată o bașcă, un beci sau o casă țărănească, dar și ruinele citadelei. Această citadelă reprezintă fortificația centrală a Orcheiului Vechi. În interiorul citadelei au fost descoperite foarte multe pictoare unde se turnau cazane de fontă. A fost descoperit Palatul Părcălagului de Orchei, deoarece după abandonarea ținutului din 1369 Fardei de Aur, aici a fost transformată și reconstruită reședința pentru părcălabii de Orchei. Cei mai importanți părcălabii de vază a fost Van Vlaicu Galeș, care a domnit aici în teritoriu. El era și ca conducător de armată și ca primar în ținutul Orcheiului. Traseul turistic Voievodul Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt străbate circa 2000 de kilometri, dar este ușor recognoscibil datorită identității vizuale unice elaborate de Agenția de Investiții, oferind informații exhaustive turiștilor. Cele mai multe povestiri însă le conțin pereții cetății Soroca, titorită de Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt spre sfârșitul domniei sale ca fortificație din lemn și pământ pentru a întări apărarea regiunilor de nord ale Moldovei, ținuturile Hotinului, Orcheiului și ale Sorocii. Pomenită înhăisoată la 12 iulie 1499 în legătură cu un oarecare coste, Pârcălag de Soroca, această cetate avea nu doar un important rol militar și politic, dar și economic. Vadul era folosit pe larg de către negustori, deoarece prin Valea Nistrului treceau două căi comerciale importante care se aflau sub protecția cetății.
A fost Ștefan la cetatea Soroca. Sigur că eu să fi fost Ștefan cel Mare, să pot să ne situație. Sigur că având atâția vrăjmași împrejur care se uitau tot timpul și ungurii, și polonezii, și lituanienii, și tatarii, și turcii, sigur că trebuiam să-mi cunosc foarte bine sistemul de apărare. Și să nu vii aici la margini de țară din veneau tatarii din Crimea, tatarii din Bugeac, treceau minstrul sau pe dealurile poloneze, ar fi fost un minus pentru domnia sa. Așa că eu cred că este legat anume de construcția cetății Soroca. Posibil că el și-a terminat-o cetatea, începutul de Alexandru cel Bun, așa e părerea mea. Și în al doilea rând, ea a fost atestată pe vremea lui Ștefan cel Mare. 12 iulie 1499,
Traseul turistic voievodului Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt, pe lângă cele 29 de obiective de bază legate istoric și prin legende de numele Marelui Voievod, cuprinde de asemenea și 80 de obiective adiționale, amplasate în raza de 20-30 de kilometri de la obiectivele de bază, completând astfel experiența autentică de care se pot bucura vizitatorii rutei pe ambele maluri ale Prutului.
Proiectul Agenției de Investiții ne-am pornit, a avut un impact foarte mare asupra localnicilor și oamenilor care au descoperit practic Moldova și continuă să descopere. Sunt de multe de lucru și cu administrații locale și cu oamenii care sunt pregătiți pentru valurile care au dat după promovare și după închiderea granițelor. Este foarte mult de lucru pentru promovarea țării și în afară, pentru a vizita și de vecinii noștri, în primul rând.
Ruta transfrontalieră Voievodul Ștefan cel Mare și Sfânt constituie rezultatul muncii depuse de două state cu scopul de valorificare a potențialului cultural istoric comun. Extinderea internațională a rutei este susținută de istoria glorioasă lăsată drept moștenire de Marele Voievod atât pe teritoriul Republicii Moldova și al României, cât și în Ucraina, Polonia, Ungaria și Turcia. Odată cu ridicarea restricțiilor de călătorie, dezvoltatorii rutei sunt încrezători în faptul că mulți vizitatori vor fi dornici să exploreze traseul, lansându-se într-o aventură bogată în conținut istoric, dar și cu experiențe inedite și memorabile.
Thank you. I present my project, my colleague Elena.
Okay, hello everybody. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me?
Which is a web platform which presents a unique opportunity for street and cultural lovers, tourists who want to follow the settlement route and be the creators of their own route. Your actually platform explores attraction to network through information panels with direct from the digital platform to QR code. I would like now to move to you, Fiorella. Just a second. Come possiamo rimettere la presentazione?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Just 1 second.
My present my project, my colleague Elena Bălățeanu.
Elena wants to intervene. Okay, she wants to speak.
Yes, I'm here. I was just asking if you can hear me well. That's all. Can I start speaking or?
Yes. But Elena, there is no presentation foreseen. So if you want to give us your insights about what's changed in your work, please do.
Yes. Okay, I see. It was very hard to hear you. So the question was, what has changed this touristic route in our work? That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. So I would say this work together has brought to us and made us more resilient to the changes due to COVID and also after the post-war. I would say this cultural route has helped us to have more tourists from Romania and Ukraine. Also, during this month, at the beginning of June, we had the info tour in Chernovtsi region in Ukraine. Because at the moment of our geopolitical situation, I would say our most visitors, they do come from Romania and Ukraine. And despite we share common heritage, cultural and historical, this was a big step for us to actually do something together. So it's a big opportunity because the trail is marked physically. It has all the medieval fortresses. Also, we have an online site. The tourist can pick his own route. He can pick the location that he wants to visit, and he can create his own trip to Moldova, Romania, or even Ukraine. Why not in the future? So I think what is brought to us is new partnerships from Romania and from Ukraine, and has built us to be more sustainable on the long term, and actually added more visibility to Moldova, because back in the days we are not as touristic country as other European countries. Lots of countries don't even know that we exist, and this is a big opportunity to know about us, not only as the wine country, but also as the cultural and historical heritage. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elena, for this great additional information. I would like now to give the floor to you, Elena. So, could you present Elena?
Hello. As I am part of the Basilicata destination team. We are focused on. Do you hear me?
Yes.
We are part of developing and promoting the area of Basilicata, which is in the northeast of Romania region. Our practice was focused on creating experiences for tourists, but with benefits for the local community. In this way, we decided to have a treasure hunt experience, and also to mark a trail which is connected to of the most known monasteries in our area. On the trail, the route, we placed panels and stopping places in order for the one doing the trail to discover more about the area, about the nature, the benefits of it, and also it was a way we find it out, or we tried to not involve as much, or for our team to not be all the time needed to be involved, as we are a small team, but to also have experiences for the tourists. Besides the physical part, we have also the online version, which includes different points, stopping points or not as the physical one, in order to complete the physical route. In this way, with the treasure hunt, we want the tourists to prolong their stay in our region, and also to discover what they can see more around. If we will think about the impact of our project, I can say about the fact that we will help the growing of the area, and yeah, this is our project.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Elena. Please, for those we will continue to hearing from our group colleagues from other departments. We will move now to you, Rector. You will tell us about forceful cultural heritage, art and innovation center giants. A project which provides forceful cultural heritage, particularly forceful growth, by developing existing spaces. Your project is operating to provide rooms for entrepreneurs and organizations to enhance experiences and to promote transformative change. Guided by your North Star, being the place where we can grow, choice is designed for craftsmen, locals, visitors, and cultural enthusiasts. Feasibility is ensured by an independent administrative organization, the Hub. Cooperation between entrepreneurs and society and the region. China's strengthens the local community, attracts entrepreneurs, and fosters sustainable transformative tourism through collaboration. Can you share with us some post-reflection on how the project has been developing in the last 18 months?
So to start with, from the point of view, we had a scale down for small steps. Also, it's a little setback because the region and the municipalities is negotiating about size region brand is from the municipality. So what negotiation with highly affects our work as well. They are still negotiating, we still have to wait to solve that. So we have maybe gone back to a little bit more Sweden, working shines well, and leadership capacity.
For similar locations that we could visit, and sorry. Let's see. Yeah, now it works. To similar locations with similar things like how we want to operate. So we're going to do some more visits as well. And the challenges we're trying to address, I would say the most is we have people that want to come and be operative in the heritage site that goes in the theme, what we want to have, what kind of people we want to have there. But it's really hard at the moment to have a competitive square meter price of the facilities. So we're trying to find a solution with the municipality so they can still be happy to get the rent in, and we can still have a good price that the operators can rent from us, so to say. Also, a problem with a newly started organization is there's no liquid assets, which kind of is needed if you're going into an agreement with a municipality, so they can ensure they can get the rent, so to say. So we needed a foundation to start with, a little bit of a bigger entrepreneur that can come in and maybe rent a bigger space, so we just can form something, and that actually happened last week. I got a call from one of the interesting craftsmen that's gonna probably move into the boat yard and start a business. So then we have 2 craftsmen in the boat yard, and that probably will develop into something good, and we can start implement small steps now. So since hackathon, it's been highly theoretical and just been networking, so to say. And what's news in terms of good service we're offering, since it's been mostly theoretical. We haven't really offering anything new since hackathon, because all the businesses that were there are still there. So that's a positive thing, of course. So we're still doing concerts, we're still doing musicals, craftsmanship, and blacksmith is still operative, and the museum as well is operating. One thing that was discussed during the workshops was 24/7 hour supermarket in the village for the tourists, visitors, and also the inhabitants, and that has actually kicked off. That's more for the Forsviks village as a whole, but it's operative and it's up and running at the moment, and that was something was just discussed in the workshop. So that's a very good thing, of course. And what are the tangible and intangible impacts? I would say the project as a whole has made an quite strong impact on the officials and politicians. It's in the back head. The hard thing is with a very small municipality. It's very hard when they have limited resources. They tend to become very rigid and struggles to motivate visionary ideas, because they just do what they need to be done, so to say. They don't have any resources to go beyond that. So that's a hard thing when you have a very small municipality. So that's something which trying to struggle with, to find solutions, how we can elaborate that together with the municipality. So definitely it's a better dialogue between the entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurs is gonna set up their own website at the moment as well for just Forsvik, the village, and we also have come together to buy an how do you say it, like a board with information for the whole village, and that's just from the entrepreneurs' perspectives. So there is a stronger dialogue, and that's the big positive thing. But also when you have a dialogue between the municipality, the region, and entrepreneurs, it's quite a stretch. It takes time. So that's the biggest struggle, I would say. And as well, of course, that's the agreement between the municipality and the region is not done yet for the whole heritage site. So yeah, we're optimistic, and we're still working, and it's looking good, I would say. It's also looking into starting up a pop-up photo studio as well in one of the square spaces. So maybe two, 3 more businesses coming up this fall in the heritage site. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Victor. Actually, you mentioned at least 3 very important impacts of your work. First one, of you developing a new competence, which becoming brokers for finding spaces and dealing with the municipality, discussing and finding ways for seed money for kicking off entrepreneurs and practices, and finding solutions for limited resources with the local authorities. So this is already a great and in the doing. But you also mentioned a topic which will link us beautifully to you, Christina, which is networking and collaborating. So Christina will be speaking to us about Create, Design and Engage, which this project actually connects communities and artists both locally and internationally to create life heritage experiences by sharing skills and initiating discussions of the local heritage. It encourages sustainable innovation through the use and reuse of textiles. During meetings with key people, the team discussed the future of the site, the future of art and crafts and cultural heritage in general, and the future of the collaboration with an in-depth look at residency activities. So your team informed the local population about the project, learned about the needs, and collected useful advice. The artists who had joined in the exchange also evaluated the effect of this collaboration. So Christina, can you please provide us with your post-experience reflection on how things went?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think it was the same by us. We had very, very high visions during the hackathon, and then we landed in Sweden and we tried to start, and we realized the need of listening to more people who were representing essential parts of the project. So we hired a project leader to implement the meetings, and the discussions during those meetings were very fruitful, and good connections were made. It wasn't sufficient, though, to build a platform or a network, so we need to work the project idea more, and for that, we're lacking funds. During the beginning, we planned for 3 Swedes to visit Soltaire. Soltaire is our partnership in this Create, Design and Engage project. And we were supposed to visit their art trail, but it has to be cancelled because of the costs and lack of time. So instead, a trip for only one person took place later on. And during that stay, we had physical meetings with the artist from Soltaire. I had physical meetings with the artist from Soltaire, who later exhibited in Rydal. And other key persons I also met involved in the project. And it was really invaluable, and collaboration improved during that time. But the challenge is that we have to find a sustainable platform for Create, Design and Engage to develop. The project idea involves costs for salary for the artists and the facilities. And we therefore need to investigate how the platform can be organized economically. We seek financial support to be able to implement such investigation. And we're still determined to continue with the collaboration and develop the communities with artists and craftsmen's involvement. New in offering is that, we have experience of arranging cultural events and collaborating with different parts. But with Create, Design and Engage, we expand the opportunities for artists and craftsmen to connect with the local community. And at the same time, they are sharing knowledge and experiences internationally and between the sites. And we succeeded in our aim to foster sustainable innovation by supporting artists who focus on reusing textiles, and our objective of expanding tourism in a way that is sustainable to the cultural site and the community. And now about the impact. The project has brought a lot of energy to the site, really a lot of energy. Connections between people have been made and collaborations have started. A work group has been formed to further develop the project in sustainable ways financially and socially engaging. In between, as an effect of the CDI, Create, Design and Engage meetings, new projects and collaborations have been initiated at the site by others. An increase in trade and commerce has begun with an influx of visitors from far and wide. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina, for this inspiring collaboration experience between 2 regions which share some local heritage perspective in terms of industrial heritage, textile heritage, and how you are foreseeing innovation through embracing artistic creativity and engaging the local community. So you have mentioned that you had challenges, you tried to overcome your challenges, and you are also seeing a lot of tangible impacts in your territory and in your international connection. So many congratulations. So with Christina's presentation, we finished the first part of this session, and we can move now to the second part, which actually tackles innovations, ideas which arrived to the hackathon and then became concrete solutions. These ideas were not existing actually before. So I'm happy to present our first speaker in this session, Yorgos Antonio. I always misspell his name. Sorry, sorry, Yorgos. So Yorgos is a cultural professional with experience of coordinating creative projects that deliver about social innovation. He is currently working for the award-winning Afro Banana Festival, fostering creativity and community engagement in rural areas of Cyprus. Yorgos holds a bachelor's degree in accounting and financing from Newcastle University and a master's degree in competitiveness and innovation from Deusto University. Having gained a valuable experience in the UK, San Sebastian, and Greece, he is now back to Cyprus, focused on creating positive change and developing impactful solutions for the community. Welcome, Yorgos. I would like now to present Christina Bagu, who is actually online. Christina is Digital Innovation Zone EDIH Coordinator. She is a professional in business agility, business model, digital and workplace innovation, B2B sales and product development strategy, customer experience, and a strong supporter for healthy workplaces improvement and societal change. She aims to constantly develop personally and professionally in order to make real and lasting differences. Welcome, Christina. Our next speaker Konstantin actually left, so Valentin will be representing e-Culture. Welcome, Valentin. And I would like now to present Ismael Pizarro Munoz. Welcome, Ismael. He is an architect, graduated from the Higher School of Architecture of the Polytechnic University of Valencia. He holds a master's degree in conservation and renovation of architectural heritage from the Higher School of Architecture of the Polytechnic University of Madrid and a master's degree in gardening and landscaping from the School of Agronomic and Food Engineering and Biosystems from the Polytechnic University of Madrid and Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. He developed his professional degree in projects regarding conservation and renovation of architectural heritage, focused on vernacular and traditional buildings in rural areas. He also developed projects related to gardens and parks, trying to use and value species from areas where he designs his projects. Our last speaker today is you, Zorika. I'm happy to present Zorika Subitic, who is a Serbian language and literature high school teacher. She coordinates European projects such as Erasmus+, e-twinning and WBF in the field of cultural heritage UNESCO, innovations in the field of agrotourism and eco-linguistics. She is member of the International Eco-Linguistics Association, and she is career counselor in the field of career guidance and counseling for vulnerable groups. Welcome. So, all of your projects actually were born thanks to the open call. Let's say they were not in the air. Maybe they were in your minds, but they were not concretely developed before. We will start with you, Yorgos. So you developed Needle Festivals. Needle Festivals is an artistic residency program designed to explore and celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Cyprus. The theme, actually, Needle, combines need and all, symbolizing unity and the necessity of everyone's active involvement to make things happen. It also refers to traditional embroidery tool, representing the creative process and its potential. Needle provides a platform for local artists, communities, and tourists to engage with Cyprus cultural heritage. The 6-week residency program helps artists understand their history, spark creativity, exhibit their work in new settings. NEDL underscores the importance of constantly revisiting, updating, and strengthening the Cypriot identity. Yorgos, you just actually had your first NEDL festival. So can you please share with us some insights of how it went, what were the challenges, and what are your future plans?
Of course. Initially, I wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in the accelerator program. Without you, NEDL wouldn't be a reality. I will start from the very core idea behind NEDL. So what was the need behind our project? Basically, in Cyprus, there is a long-term cultural identity crisis, which is deeply rooted in its rich but complex history, leading to a divided country. So the Cypriot identity is often viewed through a binary lens. You are either a Greek Cypriot or a Turkish Cypriot. So through our project, we wanted to challenge this narrow perspective, and we wanted to explore the Cypriot identity on its whole. The project aimed to foster a sense of unity and shared heritage among communities by establishing an artistic residency program that welcomes diverse perspectives and celebrates Cyprus' rich cultural heritage in order to shape a more inclusive and sustainable future. So what happened after the accelerator program? We fully focused on making our business idea into a reality. So we firstly identified a public space in order to host our residency. This came in collaboration with the LARNACA's candidate team for European Capital of Culture 2030. Then we moved to search and identify top talent, local emerging artists with an experimental artistic disciplines, and 3 mentors, established mentors that guided them through the procedure. And then with the help of other cultural professionals, we redefined our artistic program, all of our activities, in order to make NEDL a reality. As you mentioned, NEDL took place between 29th of March until 11th of May. So it was completed just a month ago. And it was a 6-week residency program that went through different phases: researching, understanding the history of LARNACA, brainstorming, coming up with lots of solutions, ideas about what a potential solution should look like. Then prototyping, each of the residents focused on one idea, rehearsing, finalizing the ideas, and then the festival production, which was the closing event of our artistic residence. Some of the challenges, I think, that we found along the way, which are linked to all startups, I think, and some are more linked to our context. The one is a team. We were a very small team. The second is the time. We had challenges in balancing a full-time job while implementing the project. Another is the money. It was very time-consuming process in order to raise additional funding. Given the nature of our project, coordinating the needs of too many people proved to be very challenging, different working styles, different priorities, needs. And lastly, a bureaucratic environment that delayed our processes. For example, we get the licenses for the festival just 1 day before the festival happened. Now about the tangible and intangible impacts of our project. Our project provided financial support to 6 emerging artists who also received intensive mentorship from established cultural experts, gaining valuable knowledge and skills that will enhance their careers. Each week of the residency program, we hosted open discussions with the public in order to help them learn more about our project and give us insights on how to further improve our results. In total, we organized 6 open discussions, attracting the interest of more than 50 people. During the festival, which was the closing event of our residency, we featured performances of over 25 Cypriot artists from various disciplines and communities. Our resident artists showcased their results, which included the production of 3 new songs, 1 new dance choreography, several new animations, and upcycling of over 70 used objects. The festival was a huge success with more than 500 visitors of all ages and backgrounds. Lastly, ANETEL was also the first multidisciplinary and bi-communal residency program in LARNACA. Resident artists gained valuable insights into their cultural heritage, which influenced their work. For example, a Greek Cypriot artist created a dance inspired by a Muslim tradition, while a Turkish Cypriot artist composed a song about a Christian legend from LARNACA's Salt Lake. And most importantly, the project highlighted the rich Cypriot cultural heritage in a respectful manner and provided a platform for new collaborations between artists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yorgos, for sharing actually the challenge
of the version project, sharing also very interesting concrete impact, but also showing us how we manage to base diversity, multidisciplinarity, and open-mindedness. Thank you very much. Now, you also. You want to advocate the wide heritage project. Your project has identified the interests of young people from different parts in Europe in your rural and national landscape. So maybe that market over here. After buying a house in Leuven for 500 euros, you raised the need for housing, but also for empty homes in rural Spain. So you decided that it would be a good idea to recover this house with 2 objectives. First is to maintain the rural urban landscape while preserving traditional materials for getting the concrete that is much used today and creating a new work opportunity and housing in rural areas for young people with talent and futures. Can you tell us a bit more?
First, thank you so much for this program. And the main thing that the project, as how we are here is they need this so the name of the design the project was people to this area, this rural area, to develop and to say almost and promote project about conservation and preservation of the heritage models and using agricultural heritage and also and conservation to conserve nature. So this is not a product used yeah, but this project is first to promote this we need to for 3 years and I was all the time all was all the time for the day where the always needs to so the project to have space to bring people to this area to work with workshop including structures, including buildings, and work also in project with talking with disabilities very important in this project to make professional project in the office improve conservation of nature and heritage. And before the also amazing plenty of ideas and I was there and I have no problem about how to solve. So the main key application are going to now and then I also know how that I have different ways to fund and different activities and improve the environment. For example, before the hackathon, I was thinking about how to reach in this area. I want to really make it like architecture and landscape office. And I want to have some space to bring visit downtown. But after the hackathon, I realized that Jonathan really was really interested about this workshop about traditional material. So immediately when they started we started to focus our activity into design this types of workshop. We started with our workshop to recreate cover and parts in that item. So the previous the picture that we can see on the left. So we started with this kind of workshop talking about people and show people and then the importance of plants, not only trees, but trees or plants. And also other kind of also technique the one that we see on the right. So, it's right. All these workshops are basically to contribute to reach people about this post-concept and plants and carbon and nature. It's not a traditional. But after the task workshop, we want that the results were we will be doing. So all of this and I'm not in the challenge to achieve is more also we have this also we have to do the project and this one the task and we have to put in working to so then we have three challenge to not challenge but to achieve that is one of the how to trust local businesses and people because we are trying to design and improve the product appearance with plans we can start to use again traditional objects. It's hard to understand what you can build with concrete and much more this material. And the complementary is that after that we would like to right now we are working. I have the next slide. I have some plans of the houses, the one that is in colors on the left, and I have some plans we are working on. We are working in this plan every because we want to really that's why we want to project and so we are drawing technical and not functional maximum project. First of all, is confidence of people, and also from principals. So we are ready to have it out. We are ready to be only for this because after the workshop, we will see another step people and the name picture and person and we are more about from cities, local people, what interested in these techniques. So, in fact, it was it would be why we have been speaking and taking contact with these communities, with schools, with we have reached to have more profits and us to found ourselves this project that I think we will continue.
Thank you very much, Lemaire. It was really very inspiring because you showed us how this was possible. You started from a level of trust and step by step you managed to build the confidence, but you also managed to build a professional network around you, which will help you continue with the journey. Thank you very much. We move now to Eudokia. You will be telling us about batch by batch. Your project, your group actually came up with an idea to make an interactive batch training this evening, which would contain various experience, promotional cultural heritage, local enterprises, households, rural tourism, and nature preservation. Your team created a website that offers the promotion of all of this content in the municipality of Batch in Serbia. In addition to an entire Android application experience, which will be available to download with the different apps.
With pandemics. Oh, sorry. I'm a teacher. I don't need the microphone. During the COVID pandemics, all of us noticed that some kind tourism is different, and we need new solution for the tourism. And the digital solution in tourism is our idea. But she's very good town. It's a small town, but it's a lot of potential for to deal with tourism. But it is not enough. You know, the population is not enough in tourists. Modern tourists with producers in our town in Batch, and we find a service that was Batch by Touch. And after the training, after the period of acceleration program, we have the same problem with our colleagues. The idea was big, huge, and we don't have enough knowledge. And after acceleration, and Professor Christian Ost was our mentor, we sit down and try to find another way to implement our idea. And first we identified needs of tourists through the cooperation with touristic organization in Batch. Then we try to find more information about our tourists, where they want to stay, what their needs, what they want to from local organization. And then we focused on the civil and public sector. We offered, that was the first way how to find the connect from Batch, our website, and a local producer. We offer them free marketing on our website. You know, if you want to buy honey from Batch, you just go to site and click on buy, for example, 1 or 2 pieces, how do you want, and direct local producer will answer you. So it was free, and it is free now on the website. So it is good. And as a part of the Heritage Day, in European Heritage Day, and what is the challenge? The same: money, misunderstanding, you know. And we are an informal group. We are not company. We are and we are a teacher. That is a teacher team. 4 of us work in school, high school and primary school, and we have the permanent jobs, and it's very difficult to find a way to promote the coordinating project and our jobs. So, but we have impacts on our projects. I think that it is number of tourists it's visible in Batch, and the producer are more interested to be on our platform or our websites. And I think that is the most important, this scan and travel around big culture. So you find Vojvodina Batch. Batch is now the part of the world. You know, the visibility is, I think, the most important. And the strength connect between local community, producer, and tourist. So if you want to visit Batch, please scan this and come to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorika, for sharing your journey and experience. And apparently you all have witnessed and experienced similar challenges, although contexts are, of course, different. But launching a new project might be a little bit more difficult because people need to understand why, how, and what kind of impacts. Revisiting an existing project could be also difficult because people have questions, they wonder, and they want to be engaged or informed. Thank you very much for all of your great work, for your patience, and for your resilience. I totally agree with you, Ulrika. We also discussed this with Antonia for future projects. It is difficult to engage entrepreneurs and professionals without you, without foreseeing a remuneration. So in the future, this is something we should keep in mind. If it's not funded by the European project, we should think about financial models which work in tandem to give you the possibility to pursue your projects while you cooperate with us and enrich our research project. Thank you very much for your time. Just one last thing, our 2 innovators from eCulture and Digital Nomads platform, unfortunately, who were online, had to leave, but their videos are available on bCulture website, and you are welcome to watch them and enjoy them. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Just the information that you all are waiting. Where is the lunch? I will tell you. So just follow us. The lunch is like, we go in this direction, okay, outside, and we go here, okay? So you will follow us, our team. We will bring you for the lunch. We will go to the little outside area, and we will remain there also for the next session with Erin. We will go back from the lunch, not at 3 because we are out now. We will come back at 3:30, okay? And for those who want to do the visit, then we will organize outside, okay? So thank you very much for your patience, and thanks to all the speakers.